Good afternoon, members, and bearing in mind the comments by the member for Swazel Saltibus, I guess he's now energized to, having had lunch, he's energized. So. Members, when we suspended the House, we were debating the Domestic Violence Act. Minister for Gender Affairs.
I was told I was speaking next.
Oh, we were of the view that the speakers had been exhausted, but member for Viewfort South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I will take the opportunity to join other members in sending or issuing congratulations to the women of St. Lucia, and for me more particularly, to the women of my constituency, Viewfort South. I want to single them out today, Mr. Speaker, because in my journey in politics, the last 25 years, it has been the women of the South, in Viewfort South, who have seen to my political survival and who have made it possible to return to this House on several occasions. So they enjoy a very, very special place in my heart, very, very special place in my political memory, and a very, very special place in my life. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that if we looked at the voting demography of this country, the political demography of this country, if you prefer, Mr. Speaker, that the vast majority of women end up supporting the St. Lucia Labour Party. Indeed, I believe that more women support the St. Lucia Labour Party than men do. I can't prove it just yet, although from the voting patterns that I have seen, I think there are some important indications. And perhaps there is something, Mr. Speaker, to learn from this, something that those statistics suggest. It might well be that women get very attracted to the program of the St. Lucia Labour Party and vice versa. Men find some respite in the programs of the United Workers' Party, the opposition party. But I can't explain this with the certainty that I would like. But nevertheless, it is an indication, certainly for the St. Lucia Labour Party, why women play such a critical role in our own political survival, and that hopefully that will remain this way for some time to come. Mr. Speaker, I am exceedingly happy that this Honourable House is one of the first parliaments of the country to enact a comprehensive domestic violence bill. And I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, that there is effort, sometimes isolated, other times more structured efforts, to erase the history of this country and to pretend that the history doesn't exist. I saw this particularly during the last term of the former government. It's very, very unfortunate. But you know, Mr. Speaker, in these matters, St. Lucia has always been at the forefront of the legislative agenda of the region. And I am happy that this morning that there was evidence of women who have contributed to this cause, who have made it possible for this legislation to be enacted. I think it is so important that that history be recognized. But I make the point to say that we have always been at the forefront of social legislation of this type, although there is such a long way to go, and I shall come back to that in a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, only to emphasize that we were the first country in the Caribbean actually to enact laws against sexual harassment in the workplace. And quite recently, I heard a very distinguished Professor Bell Antoine, making that point to a plenary discussion, that when other countries languish behind, St. Lucia had gone ahead in its labor code to enact that kind of legislation. So it is good that St. Lucia is maintaining its place as a pioneer of social legislation. But of course, there's crying legislation yet to do, and as much as we praise this legislation, I sincerely hope that we will see very soon legislation that ensures the equality of treatment, that resolves the long-standing issue of status of children in our country, that ensures that illegitimate children like myself enjoy the very same rights as legitimate children. I hope we can move in that direction very soon, Mr. Speaker, because clearly this legislation is crying out for support. In that vein, Mr. Speaker, I'm also very pleased to see that we have extended the reach of this legislation to people who enjoy long-standing relationships and cohabitating together and living in the same home. That is to say that we have embraced persons who are unmarried, but they have partners over a period of time. Again, this is progressive, this is welcome, and I hope we can then also translate that into succession in due course, as had been done in Barbados over 25 years ago. So we have a long way to go, Mr. Speaker, but again, all of these are signposts of the possibilities as we proceed, and I'm hoping that what has long been denied to women who mother illegitimate children, that will be rectified in due course, and that they can look forward to equal succession as children who emerge out of relationships of marriage or of one kind or another. And I repeat, that persons who have cohabitated together for an extended period of time, that they too can enjoy succession rights. Having said all of this, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a quick look at some provisions of this bill before us today. Mr. Speaker, in my experience, legislation is never the total answer to problems that we have. Never. It's a palliative, it assists, it gives guidance, it only partially resolves issues. And the reason for this, of course, is that some of the problems we have are so complex and deeply sociological that unless we have the courage to tackle the sociological problems, then we're not going to get very far. It's all well and good to have legislation like this, and I think the Minister of Gender Affairs had every reason to be very proud this morning as she explained the bill and explained the various provisions of the bill and its implications. But the reality is, unless we really tackle the sociological problems in our communities and in our societies, there is only so much that legislation will do and so much that legislation can achieve. Basically, I say this, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize that side by side with this legislation, we have to develop a culture against violence. And we have spoken about this repeatedly before. And normally when we speak about a culture against violence, we often speak about it in terms of crime. You know, you need to reduce violence so you can cut back on crime. That we get angry too fast and want to settle things by weapons, by knives, cutlasses, firearms. But we are not understanding that there's a deeper issue of violence embedded in our homes, embedded in our society, embedded in our communities, and we have to tackle it. Translated, Mr. Speaker, I hope that in the weeks and months ahead we can find a mechanism to preach anti-violence in our various communities, and not in a piecemeal way as has been done in the past by isolated counseling of individuals here and there, but generally as a huge societal effort to deal with the problem, to say that no form of violence, whether it is against women, whether it is against men, whether it's against children, is acceptable and must be frowned upon and disowned. So in that spirit, I embrace the comment I think I heard a member mention this morning, that this legislation will have to be supported by a lot of education. Now, the legislation parades with a veneer of neutrality behind it. In other words, that it is gender neutral. Men can apply for protection order. Women can apply for protection order. But in the past, it is the women who have had the experience of applying for protection orders. That is because of the peculiar provisions in our maintenance legislation. And that is quite correct. For the times, it was the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. And so, in the vast majority of cases, the women looked and applied for protection orders, and fortunately we had a system of courts that seemed to have understood this, and quite often they were protected by these protection orders. We do know that they were never ever safe with the protection orders, that in some instances, no matter the existence of protection orders, that they continue to be subject to violence and suffer from assaults and the like. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the fact that we are talking about gender neutrality in this legislation, that I'm hoping that the various civil society groups who champion this legislation, as indeed the ministry that championed the legislation, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that they embark on a major education program, if only to touch the lives of the men who themselves are subject of violence in homes. And we don't like to talk about these things, but it's real. And if you want to know and understand how frequently these things happen, talk to the lawyers. Because those of us who are in private practice sometimes have to counsel men too, who may be subject to their clothes being burned, beds thrown out, etc., because of this culture of violence of which you speak. So they too need to be educated, not just against violence, it's an acceptable form, but also to that they have rights, and we can't assume that they have the rights they're aware of, because this veneer of neutrality in the legislation does not really go far. For my part, I wish we had had a declaratory statement of that neutrality rather than a presumptuous neutrality that is in the legislation. But that is neither here nor there. It's a matter of drafting style. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have developed a reputation in this House as raising issues with drafting with legislation that reaches this House. I see the opposition is represented by the member for Swazell, and I know that he will recall the several occasions when I attempted to give advice to the former government, and the advice was turned down because there were issues of drafting in the legislation that sometimes even the very objectives were not met. I think I see him nodding his head. So he admits to that possibility. But let me say this, as much as I have condemned previous legislation, which I think was faultily drafted, I want to commend this legislation because I think it is acceptable law, accessible law rather, acceptable and accessible. Meaning by accessibility that it is legislation that could be easily read and understood. And that is so important. It's populist law, meaning that you can actually take up the legislation and read sections out of it, and victims in the legislation can at least understand what is being said. And when a legislative drafter achieves that degree of perfection, then clearly you have to commend and you have to give applause. And in that spirit, I certainly applaud this legislation, that it is accessible, it is populist legislation, and I may disagree with how certain things are structured, but in the end, that's neither here nor there. But that having been said, Mr. Speaker, no matter how good we are drafting legislation, there are going to be moments when we slip up on things here and there, and we need to look at it. The first thing that I want to just mention, Mr. Speaker, because I think that can be remedied very quickly. I am very concerned about the powers of the director in this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you were not here, but other members who were members of the last Parliament will recall that when the Child Care Adoption and Protection Act was being debated, I raised issues regarding the placement of the director as head of the board making decisions or recommendations regarding adoption, I believe it was. I don't think it was the Justice Bill, but I think it was that. And I pointed out on that occasion, I see the member for Castries South nodding his head, so he remembers. I raised the issue that you could not have the director sitting as chair of that committee while the recommendations for adoption came from her own department. And then, of course, that was disregarded. But my response at the time was, well, we'll leave it to the lawyers until the right time comes and the matter is taken up. In the same way, while I understand the intent to give the director powers in this legislation because of the quote-unquote seeming neutrality, and I don't mean political neutrality. I don't mean that. Seeming neutrality in the sense that she stands midway between the applicants for protection orders and, of course, the court to which they have to apply. And, of course, there must be some history to have all this confidence. There are nevertheless issues that arise that would cause some little anxiety. And for me, I wouldn't say there are major issues, but I think there are issues that in time will have to be dealt with. But first of all, the minor ones. Take a look at Clause 4, Mr. Speaker. And I want you to take a look, first of all, at Clause 4.2. It says, the director in consultation with the Chief Justice shall ensure that magistrates receive specialized training in hearing domestic violence matters. You think about that, Mr. Speaker. What this ignores is the locus, the hierarchy. The director is not subject, is not above the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice is at the apex of the judicial system. It is not the director from whom the initiative should spring to go to the Chief Justice. The director in consultation with the Chief Justice. You can't ascribe to a director a discretionary power to be in consultation with the Chief Justice and then says, shall ensure that magistrates receive specialized training in hearing domestic violence matters. Magistrates are not under the jurisdiction of the director. They're under the jurisdiction of the Chief Justice, Mr. Speaker. And you can't have the hierarchy in so serious a matter wrong. What you can do if you want is to say, on the approval of the Chief Justice, the director may ensure that magistrates receive specialized training in hearing domestic violence matters. But it has to be on the approval of the Chief Justice because the Chief Justice is at the apex of the judicial system and the magistrates head her courts. Likewise, I don't know, maybe the minister is comfortable with this, Clause 3. The director in consultation with the minister responsible for health shall establish and deliver education. Well-intentioned, but come on. The minister is the director superior. And what this should be is the minister after consultation with the director. The other way around. And of course, similarly, I leave it with the Commissioner of Police. I haven't checked the ranks of the Commissioner and the Director, who's above what rank, but I would imagine that the police force is the Commissioner's police force. And I'm putting that in exaggeration, but, Mr. Speaker, just to make the point. And I know if I can persuade the Attorney General and so on, maybe he might have enough time to ensure that this wording is adjusted. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, there's an issue regarding the records which reach civil servants, which reach ministers, and so on. We lawyers are trained to answer to what is called privileged information. Be it that we are responsible to hold secret whatever our clients tell us. And we may know things about our clients which the law has no business knowing. But you see, domestic violence is a very sensitive and very delicate matter. And very unusual information can reach the decision makers. Now, the bill recognizes some of that, Mr. Speaker. The bill does recognize some of that to its credit. So, for example, there's a provision in the bill that a court can ask a particular witness to go out, etc. But I am very concerned about the role of the public service and the role of the director, again, because I have knowledge of instances where information which should not have been made public have leaked out. Now, don't come and ask me what kind of make and frank and full disclosure. You'll never get that. Don't ask me that. But it's a reality. And I would have thought that the bill should have had a provision to place a duty on the director and all public servants that have to deal with domestic violence. They have a duty of absolute confidentiality. In fact, I saw another bill before the House, and I was very pleased that one of the first things the bill says, I think it is in relation to the tourism, whatever bill, and it says that the Community Tourism Development Bill, and it says in the early provisions, Mr. Speaker, that an oath of secrecy is required. It's too late in the day, but if there is one piece of legislation that required an oath of secrecy to protect as many persons as possible, be it victims, be it applicants, be it respondents, or whatever, then I really would have preferred to have seen that. But I suspect it's a bit much for the Attorney General. I'm just saying that we have to be highly realistic about these matters. Sometimes politicians too are to blame. I mean, they cause problems because they make unnecessary disclosures and they put everybody else in trouble. But the reality is the public service also has a certain amount of autonomy, and it's not unusual that delicate information gets out and causes severe damage. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I am a little nervous and uncomfortable with clauses 25 going down to 26, 29. And I'll tell you why I am uncomfortable, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes provision for interim protection orders, proceedings for a final protection order to be made through the Director of Human Services. Mr. Speaker, I have been taught as a lawyer and as a student that every citizen is entitled to the protection of the law, and protection of the law means unimpeded access to the courts. It's my understanding of what protection of the law means: unimpeded access to the courts and a right of the court to adjudicate on behalf of litigants in any dispute brought to them. These are all caught up in this notion of protection of the law. My problem, Mr. Speaker, is the attachment to the director of judicial and executive powers. And I don't know who the current director is. I don't know the person's name, I don't know the features, nothing. So that's not my issue. Because you know, when you speak about these things, the first thing they tell you, oh, you don't like that person, you have something against that person. That person did you say, I don't know who it is. These days I'm not in touch with the public service. I may know the person's name, but I don't know the person. No, I don't know the person's name. If the person is here, then they should put up a hand and see me afterwards. To be, oh, I'm the director you were talking about. Now, Mr. Speaker, that having been said, look at 25. A respondent may, on being served with an interim protection order, notice of proceed for a final order, file an affidavit with the director. The affidavit is to be filed with the director. I have difficulty with that. My own view, while I understand the director needs to be kept informed because of the larger-than-life role that has been assigned to the director, I think the person should have an unimpeded right to file an affidavit with the court. What you can't say file the affidavit with the court and the director, so that the director is kept informed and in the loop. But not solely with the director, to depend on the director eventually to send the affidavit on its way to where it's going. These are legal processes. And whoever files is entitled to the protection of the law. And then afterwards, under Section 26, the officer of the court shall immediately serve. So you don't even know what is the gap that can occur between 25 and 1. Now it says on the 28, 29, the director shall cause a copy of the affidavit in reply to the affidavit filed by the respondent to be served on the respondent. Precise problem again. It revolves a judicial function, a court, an issue of access is revolving around the director, and whereas it should be going directly to the court and by extension notification to the director. I am therefore very uncomfortable. On Section 29 it says on the date fixed by the court for the proceedings, the director shall submit to the court then the various things which are to be submitted. So what we are doing is to clothe the director with a range of powers which, strictly speaking, should really be issuing from the court, albeit it may be, of course, be made available and copied to the director. But then, of course, all of this has to do with the sociological functions being attached to the director. So, Mr. Speaker, I have difficulty with those things, and this, of course, does not detract from the importance of the bill, but I would have preferred if those things were attended to. There is a view too, Mr. Speaker, that we all understand the lexicon. I want to join the minister in emphasizing how important that this bill is, because it has come to terms with the new reality that we have with the social media and so on. So it makes provision for cyber stalking. I like that term, cyber stalking. And I was thinking of the politicians, Mr. Speaker, because, Lord, my goodness, I have already been cyber stalked before. And I just saw a wonderful judgment from a court recently awarding damages to someone. It involved a cricketer. A businessman had to pay him over $700 and something thousand. Mr. Speaker, I think it was in Trinidad. Oh, you're up top of your game, Mr. Speaker. You're on top of things, Mr. Speaker. And it was, again, for defamatory statements on a Facebook post. But I understood it was actuated by malice. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying that this is good, and there's a lot of cyber stalking, of harassment of women, etc., and not just by men, but by other women, because sometimes when you see the men have more than one partner, it is the other women who are cyber stalking the man's woman or wife. Did you know that? You didn't know that, huh? Okay. You didn't know that. It doesn't happen in Denver South. Huh? It doesn't happen there? Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Apologies. I was just saying, Mr. Speaker, that a member for Denver South doesn't understand what happens in his constituency when it comes to women. But again, it becomes a troublesome issue, Mr. Speaker, that we have to deal with, and I believe that it was a very important step that was made to ensure that there was protection against this. The definition of domestic violence is also intriguing and deserves applause, although I think some of it in time will have to be given meat, so to put it. But it is obvious that a lot of thought has gone into this, and I think the civil society groups may have had a major part to play in coming to identifying what is meant. There is, however, a term that I'm a little unsure about myself, Mr. Speaker, and I was hoping that we might have had a definition of it somewhere in the definition section. psychoeducational therapy. Unfortunately, I didn't see that being defined, but I confess it's a new term to me. I suspect I can guess what it means by the two words that have been joined together, psychoeducational, but it would have been good if we had had a definition of the term along the way. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on a very important issue, and again, important for all the things that we have been talking about. When you look at the definition, Mr. Speaker, of court, and if you look, Mr. Speaker, at section 2 that is interpreted, court means a family court. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have to progress by stages, and I accept that. Sometimes we cannot progress by leaps and bounds. And if it is one thing that I would say, Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased that with the previous legislation dealing with issues of maintenance, etc., magistrates were given jurisdiction in their various localities to pronounce on some of these issues. So someone who has a problem will go to the magistrate in due course. And this is important because it means that we are dealing now with accessible justice. People can get access in their various communities, and the peculiarities of communities will be understood. This is good. But the term family court is really a misnomer for all practical purposes, because you're really dealing with the magistrate's courts. And bear in mind that I am saying that I agree that magistrates should have that jurisdiction. What I am emphasizing is that the time has come for St. Lucia to establish a fully fledged family court presided over by judges. We have reached that point so that we have a specialized court that deals with family issues, but also deals with issues of divorces and the rest of it. Because as of now, divorces are under the jurisdiction of judges in the ordinary civil procedure. And if we can go as far as to establish a commercial court, given the way family law issues resonate throughout the society and the complexity of those issues, I believe that the time has come for us to enact for a family court so that all matters pertaining to the family can in fact reach the High Court and then Court of Appeal as the case may be. Now, again, Mr. Speaker, because it's so easy to be misunderstood, you can imagine what I'll be accused of when I'm finished here. And so I want to repeat. I fully endorse the need for magistrates to have jurisdiction on these matters. Fully. It's a welcome jurisdiction, but I think that the time has come to establish a family court, because you see, even with this, when there's an appeal against a magistrate's decision, let us say denying a protection order, your recourse is then to the High Court and then to the Court of Appeal and then whatever. Whereas I see no reason why, if a magistrate denies a protection order, you don't leapfrog and go to the Court of Appeal. I see no reason why. Just in much the same way in criminal matters, you don't go to a High Court judge, you go from a magistrate on to a Court of Appeal. You appeal there. And what we are doing when we are delaying disputes, family disputes of one kind or another, what we are simply doing is to prolong agonies of individuals throughout the system. Whereas in family matters, we need fairly quick decision making. Although, of course, some matters in family law can take years, for example, succession. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that I hope that we can, in time, Mr. Speaker, really create a family court with its own separate and unique jurisdiction. It will not take much to do so, obviously. That's why the concurrence of the Chief Justice who presides over courts. But in much the same way that, as I said, that you have specialized courts and specialized functions, so too, something like family disputes need to be extricated from the range of civil proceedings and civil disputes that we have and compartmentalized in a specialized court so that the quality of justice that we are looking for can be extended. And again, I repeat for the umpteenth time, I would imagine that if you create a family division of the High Court, or the Supreme Court rather, that the magistrates will be entrusted with the same jurisdiction that has been entrusted into this act. So we have to, now that we have done this, we need to look into the future. Take a step into the future and move in the direction of creating a family court. And perhaps if we can do that, some of the other issues that we have been raising can then be dealt with. So for example, the issues of adoption that we have been speaking about, the issue of violence to children under the Justice Act that we have been talking about, provided we go and clean up those acts. As I have said, we should clean it up. When I was in opposition, I still repeat the same, Mr. Speaker. Then some of those things could be brought under the rubric of a family court, and we could deal with it in a very, very specialized way. So, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding my anxieties about the issues that I have raised, the issue of the role of the director and bypassing the courts, giving the director management over the access to the protection of the law, which I don't think should be the case at all, giving the director a very direct and conflictual role, notwithstanding my own comments regarding the issue of the secrecy of documents in such matters and the protection of persons in such matters. Notwithstanding those comments, Mr. Speaker, my last set of comments regarding the family court, I want to say that I support this bill, and even if I think it has issues, but it is a step in the right direction, and I think the women of St. Lucia would feel relieved. But again, I want to plead that there be an education program that reaches men, and that we work hard to deal with this culture of violence that is everywhere in our workplace, in our families, in our communities. And I'm certain that when budget time comes, I'll have more to say about our distressed communities. But I hope that we can see this as an important building block. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that I'm happy to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Gender Affairs.
Do you want the... Okay, so...
I don't have much to say. Mr. Speaker, let me thank my colleagues for their contributions and support to this bill. Mr. Speaker, at this moment, let me express my condolences to the family of the officer, teammate, and members of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Mr. Speaker, it is a sad moment for us at a time when we have so many challenges dealing with criminal acts in our society. Let me express condolences to the family of Officer Timmett at his untimely death. Mr. Speaker, we have had a long day, a long discussion. But one thing I learned in this debate is that at no time should we debate on a hungry belly. Because the public out there, they are concerned as to whether decisions are made because we have to go for lunch or we have missed lunch. But the Prime Minister has always said that the decisions that we have to make is too important for us to do it hastily. So when I heard a member on the opposite side indicated that he supported the bill on a hungry belly, I don't know what level of support he gave. Was it fully support, 50% support, 25% support? But anyway, thanks for the support. The member for Choiseul Saltibus also indicated that International Women's Day sounds like tokenism. But I let him know that we have International Men's Day. And whereas I explained earlier that somebody close to me has his birthday on International Women's Day, my birthday is on International Men's Day. So I will be there to celebrate with the men.
Yes, way.
I didn't make myself. And I also want to respond to the point raised about consultation. Mr. Speaker, we can never exhaust consultation, but at some point we have to take decisions. And I think the time is right. For the last 10 years, there has been consultation on this bill. Is the member opposite suggesting that we have another 10 years? When will we start working? I did indicate, Mr. Speaker, that in 2016, this bill was ready to come to this House, in whatever form it was. But the member opposite sat in this House for 5 years. And I did not hear he indicated that he made any attempt to try and get this bill in this House. Mr. Speaker, there is always room, as I said, for further consultation, but this government felt it was long overdue, the women in St. Lucia felt it was long overdue, and the people in St. Lucia felt it was long overdue. Notwithstanding that, we will continue to dialogue because we have to implement the bill once it is passed in this House. I also heard the member opposite made mention of Catherine Seeley, and she raised her voice. When I meet her, I will have to tell her, you have to raise your voice louder, because apparently some people still do not hear. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to associate with a government that will not watch what happened. A government that will not wonder what happened, but a government that will make things happen. And that is why we are here in this House today to discuss and deliberate on this bill to make things happen. I support the argument that in dealing with domestic violence, there is need for cohesion. We need synergy. We need to look at all the agencies and the roles that they have to play. It is not a one-sided issue. It is not an issue just for gender affairs. It's an issue for all of us. And therefore, all departments, the legal fraternity, the social sector, the trade unions, the NGOs, the private sector, government, we have to see it as our business. And for this, I welcome the suggestion that we need to explore how we can refine this legislation to bring it in harmony, to put it in a perspective that makes it stronger, and to give the people in St. Lucia representation and support. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the phrase that if you have a difficult job, an almost impossible job to do, you give it to a woman. And Mr. Speaker, I make no apologies but to take on the challenge that this bill, we have to make it operationalized. We have to operationalize this bill. It cannot be a piece of paper. It cannot be a set of ink on white paper. It cannot be a bill just of speeches. It must be a bill of action. And with the support of the Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers, I remain convinced, Mr. Speaker, that this bill will come to life. We are going to bring about the changes, we will mobilize the necessary resources, and will improve on what we have here at this moment. Let me assure the people in St. Lucia, especially victims of domestic violence, let me assure persons who are living in a violent environment in their homes that this government will do all within its powers, seek the necessary support, put the necessary mechanisms in place to ensure that we get results. I welcome the observation made by our colleague, former representative, our colleague, former Prime Minister and parliamentary rep for Viewfort South, that there is room for improvement in certain areas. This is welcome. And the committee stage will address these issues. And as we open up this bill, a number of areas are coming to the fore. And we know it will be a challenge for the government. But I'm saying that at this stage, within the first 7 months of this government, we have taken this step. And just give us the breathing space. Just give us the support. And what is good about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that the fact that this bill is here so early in the 5-year term of this government, it gives us time to dissect that bill. It gives us the time to put things in place so that by the end of our term, we would have seen some changes. We would have seen some things in the making. I will not fool the people of St. Lucia by doing something last minute, just before election. We do it as soon as we are elected, and then we are going to put things in place. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity to serve in that capacity, to work in the Department of Gender Affairs. And I don't think his choice was in error, it was by design. And it actually reaffirms my commitment to fight for the cause of humanity, to fight for human rights, to fight to protect men and women. I have done it for decades. I have been in the struggle, in education, in the trade unions, advancing gender equality. And today, Mr. Speaker, having given this opportunity to be at the decision-making level, I will not let my people down. And the people in Babono, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve, not just Babono, but St. Lucia and the wider region. Mr. Speaker, we'll move forward and we'll do what we have to do to protect our people, to bring peace, to bring love, harmony, and tranquility in our society. I remain convinced and I am reassured that the level of support given to this bill in this House It raises the hope of all persons in St. Lucia that they have the government that is putting them first. With this, Mr. Speaker, I take my seat.
Honourable members, the question is that the domestic violence bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the protection of victims of domestic violence, the grant of a protection order, and for related matters.
I shall read in clauses and advise which sections of the Act the clauses relate to. Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Part 1, clauses 3 to 5.
Administration.
Okay, Section 4, we want to make an amendment, Mr. Speaker. Section 4.1 should read, the Commissioner of Police, after consultation with the Director, shall establish and deliver on an annual basis education and training programs to police officers with respect to the procedures for responding to acts of domestic violence.
So now, am I understanding the change to simply be the Commissioner of Police in consultation with the Director?
After consultation, yeah, with the Director.
Okay. And everything else remains the same?
Yes, correct, Mr. Speaker. And clause 2.
4.2, you mean?
4.2, the Chief Justice, after consultation with the Director, shall ensure that magistrates with specialized training receive specialized training
Yes.
in hearing domestic violence matters. Clause 3.
Clause 4.3.
4.3, Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for health, after consultation with the Director.
You don't need to read the rest.
Right,
If the rest, if there is no change to the
All
rest,
right,
you
yes,
don't need to read the rest.
Okay.
Are these the only suggested amendments to Part 1?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not.
Just asking whether it should be the minister shall ensure rather than shall establish. Can the minister establish and deliver?
Madam Minister, I think what the member for Castries South is suggesting is that whereas all of the others, well, with the Chief Justice, for example, is just to ensure the magistrate receives specialized training, as opposed to the other two, which is suggesting that the individuals have to establish the training.
Yes, we'll remove the word establish and put shall ensure. and deliver education and training programs for healthcare and social service professionals.
So can you read the full thing now? Let me hear what it reads.
Okay. The minister responsible for health, after consultation with the director, shall ensure and deliver education and training programs for healthcare and social service professionals with respect to the procedures for assisting victims on the following areas.
Don't you just want to just say that shall make available appropriate education and training programs?
Okay, we can make that amendment. Shall make available education and training programs. So that budget will come from there.
Available or just educational? Shall make available and deliver education.
Education and training, yeah.
Would you want that similar change to 4.1?
Establish and deliver. Yes, she's the same. Yeah, yes, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Okay. Madam Deputy Clerk, you got these changes? Okay. Part 1, clauses 3 to 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Members, can we concentrate on the work before us there? If I'm not hearing aye, the bill cannot pass. Part 2, clauses 6 to 13.
Domestic violence.
Part 2, clauses 6 to 13 stands part of the bill. Part 3, clauses 14 to 48.
Protection orders.
Do we amend section 19?
Amendment to section 19, part 1,
Section
19.1.
removing director,
We are removing director
including the court,
and replacing it with the court.
and taking on the heading with the court, lodge with the court.
And Mr. Chairman, at the heading, which reads application for an interim protection order to be lodged with the, we are removing director to replace it with court.
We're going to 25, section 25,
And
25.1.
Mr. Chairman, 25.1. Okay. 19.2.
Change 19.1, 19. But the affidavit is already under 19.1 with the court, so you can't say it has to change. Because
We are removing
All right, delete.
obsolete section, because
Delete.
as it is drafted,
Mr. Chairman will delete section 2.
take out section.
Subsection 2.
Subsection 2, yeah.
Proceed, member.
25,
Mr. Chairman, we look at subsection 25. 1. We'll delete the word director and replaces it with the word court, in keeping with the earlier amendments.
with court and director, with court and director.
Okay, we'll keep court and director.
So you keep director, you just add court and.
Correct.
25.1.
25.1. File an affidavit with the
Court, director, and court.
director and court.
Well, the court first, the court
Okay,
and
the court,
director.
yes, yes. Court and director.
the court and
which will remove 28.
27,
Sorry,
27,
yes,
we'll make the similar changes. Court and director. And 28,
Mr. Holland.
the court and shall cause a copy of the...
Yes, the court and
Yeah, court and director, 28.
29.
And clause 29, the heading,
Hold on.
documents to be submitted to the board.
By the court, on the date fixed by the court for the proceedings, the following documents must be submitted to the court. On the date fixed by the court for the proceedings.
29, Mr. Chairman,
yes,
on the date fixed by the court for proceedings,
Removing director shall submit.
we'll delete director shall submit to the court and replaces it with following. The following documents must be submitted
which
to the
section
court.
is this?
That's 29.
Yes,
And we will delete, in the heading, we will delete by the director. We just put documents to be submitted to the court.
any other proposed amendments to part 3? To clause 28? The court and director. Okay. You have another amendment? Okay. We only dealing 14 to 48 at the moment, huh? 14 to 48. 35? What 5? 35. Is there a suggested amendment to 35?
Will have to change. It will have to be the court giving notice, no? In that case.
Correct. 55.
So
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
the court shall immediately,
Yes,
instead of
clause
director.
35. Replace director with court.
Okay. Any further amendments? Part 3, clauses 14 to 48 as amended stands part of the bill. Part 4, clauses 49 to 51.
Conduct of court proceedings.
Part 4, clauses 49 to 51 stands part of the bill. Part 5, clauses 52 to 58.
Miscellaneous.
Part 5, clauses 52 to 58 stands part of the bill. Schedule.
Section 8, information to victim and applicant regarding his or her rights.
The schedule stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the domestic violence bill went through committee stage with amendment to parts 1 and 3. Minister for the Public Service, Home Affairs, Labor and Gender Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the domestic violence bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Domestic Violence Act 2022.
Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement.
Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement Amendment.
Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Proceed, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to amend the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement Act. Mr. Speaker, in 1983, the governments of Antigua and Barbuda, the Commonwealth of Dominica, Grenada, Montserrat, St. Christopher and Nevis, St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines entered into an agreement establishing the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. The purpose of this agreement, Mr. Speaker, was to maintain a common currency among the territories of the participating governments and to establish an Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Mr. Speaker, with all the functions of a central bank. That these are mainly to regulate the supply of money, to promote and maintain monetary stability, to promote credit and exchange conditions, and to create a sound financial structure, and to actively promote through means consistent with the other objectives the economic development of these states, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement was the law from 1983. But at a meeting of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Monetary Authority, Monetary Council, which is the highest making decision body of the bank, in February 2020, the Monetary Council approved an amendment to the Act to deal with conflicts of other legislation and the Act. As a result, this amendment to the bill is necessary to give legal effect to these changes. So, Mr. Speaker, the amendment that we seek is to amend Section 4, Mr. Speaker, after Section 4, to add a new Section 4A, which provides that in the event of any inconsistency between the Act and any other legislation, the provisions of the Act shall prevail to the extent of that inconsistency. So basically, Mr. Speaker, is if there are any conflicts or if there are any provisions that conflict with the Eastern Caribbean Agreement, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement will take precedent over these conflicting clauses. So it takes precedent, Mr. Speaker. That basically is the amendment by adding a new section.
Honorable members, the question is that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement Act Cap 19.07.
Clause 2.
Insertion of new Section 4A.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be passed, be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement Amendment Act 2022.
Prime Minister, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Customs Control and Management Amendment.
Customs Control and Management Amendment.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for suspension of the Standing Order 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for second reading of a bill shortly entitled Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to amend the Customs Control and Management Act, Cap 15.05. Mr. Speaker, in January 2019, Section 76(1) of the Act was amended by the Customs Control and Management Amendment Act No. 7 of 2019. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, Section 76(1) of the Act allows Cabinet to remit or authorize the refund of the whole or part of any duty paid or payable to any person in respect of any goods replaced under warranty, if a warranty exists, and the value of the warranty is included in the customs value on which the duty was paid on goods requiring replacements. However, Mr. Speaker, by Cabinet Conclusion number 121 of 2022, Cabinet approved the request to further amend Section 76(1) of the Act so that Cabinet may remit or authorize the refund of the whole or part of any duty paid or payable to any person in respect of any goods, without the condition for the goods to have been under a valid warranty or for the warranty to be included in the customs value on which duty was paid on goods requiring replacement. So, Mr. Speaker, the bill amends the Act to remove the limitation on Cabinet's power to grant a remission or refund of duty with respect to goods under warranty. As a consequence, Mr. Speaker, the bill amends the Act to reflect Cabinet's power to remit or refund duties in whole or part to any person or goods, Mr. Speaker. So basically, Mr. Speaker, duties could only be refunded to goods under warranty, but now the power exists by the amendment of the Act to remit duties on any goods if it's necessary to do so.
Honourable members, the question is that the Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill be read a second time. The member for Suzel Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, if anything, but for clarification. If the member so desires, the Prime Minister, if he could, maybe we could, I don't know if it's parliamentary procedure, but if he could maybe respond as I really, so initially the customs bill was amended to address matters that were goods that were being replaced and they were under warranty. That was the initial amendment. So now what is happening is we're removing the issue of goods under warranty, but Cabinet can now authorize any refund. Is that how, is that, yes.
Professor Suzel, you would prefer not to have this discussion at committee stage?
No, we could have, let's just continue. Okay, so a couple of questions, Mr. Speaker, is would there be is there a time limit? Is there a time frame going back? How long? So would you provide an authorization 3 years, 4 years, 5 years back? This is something I would be interested in finding out, Mr. Speaker. And what sort of disclosure, as far as maybe Parliament would be aware, how wouldn't there be some issue of accountability or conflict? I think it's a very sensitive amendment to make in such a broad way with regards to all duties. I think it's dangerous. I think it's a little bit too far-reaching in terms of carte blanche sort of authorization to Cabinet to do, and not considering, one, a time limit, two, whether the disclosure will be made so that we're aware, so that we, the people will know whether there's any conflict or any reason for accountability. So this is just very straightforward questions that I have that I would like the Prime Minister to address. Thank you, sir.
You see, member, the reason I put that to you is because you were asking somebody to speak twice on the same bill, which is not a rebuttal. And if another member asks another question, that member would have to be speaking 7, 8 times on the same bill, which is not permitted in the rules of the debate.
A conversation.
No, that's why I was suggesting we do it at committee stage where the limitations are less, and members can raise any issue they wish at committee stage, and even amend if they wish. So I would suggest that the member, if he wishes, the Prime Minister, if he wishes to respond now, it would be his rebuttal. He would not be able to respond, sit, and then rebut. So it would be his choice whether he rebuts now or whether he takes on your questions at committee stage. Minister of Finance?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can explain, Mr. Speaker. The 2019 amendment was intended to give the Cabinet of Ministers the authority to on goods imported under warranty, where a warranty exists, and the value of the warranty is included in the customs value on which duty was paid on the goods requiring replacement. But upon review, Mr. Speaker, it was realized that the amendment not only granted the Cabinet the power to remit or refund the duties on goods imported under warranty, but removed the Cabinet's general power to remit or refund duties. The amendment, it removed the Cabinet's power to remit or refund duties, right? Which was a power given to it in the original Customs Control Management Act of 2019.
Number 23 of 1990.
Number 23, Mr. Member for Shoza, of 1990. You understand? Right. Now, Mr. Speaker, now, given the subsection 2 of subsection 76 of the Act, it reads, Mr. Speaker, any remission or refund made or authorized to be made under subsection 1 may apply either to specific instances or generally or in respect of specified persons or to persons of a specific class, and may be subject to such conditions and restrictions as Cabinet may see it fit to impose. That was in number 23 of 1990. That provision was there. The repeal of that amendment, Mr. Speaker, is therefore proposed, which is to rectify the error. You follow? So what happens, Speaker, is we going back to the original 76 of 76(1) of the 1990 bill, which gives Cabinet the authority, which it had already in that bill, to refund duties when it's considered necessary. Because the amendment removed that unless it was the goods were under warranty. Do you understand?
I understand, but I don't know.
You want to, because you see what happens is that we just is going back to the 76.
I understand the warranty.
No, but when you amended it, huh?
You don't want to do something like that for example?
The cost refund duty?
Members, we are doing in a debate what we should be doing in committee. So, is your rebuttal done, Mr.? Honourable members, the question is that the Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Customs Control and Management Act, Cap 15.05.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 76.
Would you like to do that now, or you are satisfied with the? Mike.
My issue was, Cabinet may remit or authorize the refund of the whole or part of any duty paid or payable to a person in respect of goods. So now, it has nothing to do with goods under warranty, but anybody who believes they have a justification for the duties to be refunded can now go to Cabinet and make an application. Now, that person would have either felt somewhere they were not justified in paying something, and that is for the person to take this up from, because this could be very subjective. It could be very, very subjective that Cabinet may approve one and not approve another. So, in my opinion, this is a matter go to the courts. Let the court decide whether customs owes the individual or not.
Yeah, they still can do that.
Okay.
But if you must look at the old act.
I understand the whole act. You read it. I understand it.
Right. So what it did is that the amendment removed that completely and put it only for goods under warranty. Right. So we just took it back to the original position. But you can still have redress the courts if you want. You understand? It said only warranty before, and now it removed the powers of the Cabinet to do it, except only if the goods are under warranty.
So there was another component to my query. Should they not have a time limit based on that?
Well,
Can
that
somebody
would depend on the customs, on the control of customs.
No,
because you can always have.
Should Cabinet not indicate? Sorry, you almost said that.
I tell you where you must come.
Should Cabinet not indicate? Listen, no matter which is over 5 years, for example, or over 10 years, for example, but you just leaving it very open-ended, so anybody could just decide to make a case for an application or something that has been so. Should we not have a time?
I don't think that's necessary because that's what existed before.
Okay. Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be passed be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Customs Control and Management Amendment Act 2022.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Community Tourism Development.
Community Tourism Development.
Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Community Tourism Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be able to present this bill to Parliament for its approval. It provides for an initiative that I think is transformational in scope and in scale. Its intent is to indigenize the tourism industry in terms of participation and ownership. It says that the time has arrived where we can start to dream of moving from just being seen as workers in the industry to now becoming owners of the industry. It has been a long time coming, and the destination is still far ahead, but we have commenced the journey. And today, Mr. Speaker, I'll have an opportunity to explain to you how we have evolved to reach this stage, to explain to you what is involved in community tourism. Thirdly, to explain some elements of the bill, and lastly, to speak about some of the funding and financing that will be involved. Mr. Deputy Speaker, tourism has been an economic driver in St. Lucia for decades. We can all recall the early days of the halcyon days that was built, and many other indigenous attempts to stimulate tourism in St. Lucia. In the initial phases of the development of the industry, the readily available natural resources provided ease into the industry, resulting eventually with government legislating the Tourism Incentives Act in 1995 in an attempt to create a more enabling environment for the growth of the tourism sector. This era gave birth to what was called sand, sea, and sand tourism, with a very heavy focus on accommodation. As St. Lucia continued building its destination brand, more tourism accommodation properties buttressed themselves on our shores, creating enclaves as all-inclusive properties on premier beachfronts. Recognizing that the accommodation stock was growing faster than the sites and attractions, the government launched the St. Lucia Heritage Tourism Program. The program was an initiative of the government of St. Lucia and was funded jointly by the European Commission, the EU, well at that time the EC, and the government of St. Lucia. It was initiated in 1998 with a total budget of EC $5.8 million. The time frame of the program was 4 years, 1998 to 2002. The program sought to establish heritage tourism as a viable and sustainable component of St. Lucia's tourism product by facilitating a process of education, capacity building, product development, marketing, credit access, and the promotion of environmental and cultural protection for the benefit of host communities and St. Lucians. While these developments work well for building brand St. Lucia and shaping the internationally acclaimed destination we are today, the government in 2005 recognized the need to diversify the accommodation sector into communities with a view to using events to spur arrivals. As such, the government in 2005 enacted legislation during Cricket World Cup for the provision of home accommodation to support sports events tourism. This legislation, called Cricket World Cup Tourism Accommodation Incentives Act number 5 of 2005, provided for duty-free concessions for St. Lucians to build apartments as appendages to the existing home. This created linkages and promoted community tourism in a huge way. The notion of community tourism that we speak of today has therefore been ingrained in the memory of St. Lucians, and for which these two key policy initiatives served as forerunners: heritage tourism and home accommodation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is no question that despite the contribution of other sectors, tourism continues to be St. Lucia's major foreign currency earner, proxied by arrivals of both stayover, including yachting, and cruise passengers, which exceeded 1.2 million in 2019. A trend which commenced and built on by successive governments and was anticipated to continue until, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic arrived. According to the recently revised tourism strategy 2020-2030, and I ask you to note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I quote, despite a 2.2% rise in stayover arrivals, a 5.6% increase in cruise passenger visitors, resulting in a 5.8% increase in the travel and tourism sector's direct contribution to GDP in 2018, GDP grew by only 1.5%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is very clear that this indicates major leakages associated with the tourism sector or inadequate sectoral links or both. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is reflective of the predominance of foreign ownership, which most often leads to significant repatriation of profits, as well as a very high propensity towards importation of the inputs utilized in creating related tourism products and services. With the decline in the banana industry as an export over the years, tourism has become St. Lucia's premier income earner, generating revenue of approximately 1.15 billion Eastern Caribbean dollars in 2018 and 1.2 billion Eastern Caribbean dollars in 2019. The results of the recently concluded tourism satellite account in 2019 for the year 2016 estimated that tourism contributes an estimated 39% towards the island's GDP and an estimated 66% towards the country's exports. Based on the research and statistics provided by the St. Lucia Tourism Authority and the Department of Statistics, the data indicates that St. Lucia has not been very effective at converting increased arrivals into increased visitor spend, thereby reducing the wealth-building impact of tourism for the population as a whole. Community tourism is therefore seen as a means of improving the competitiveness of the tourism sector through deliberate planning and management of the provision of tourism services at the community level to reduce sector leakages caused by a lack of local ownership and participation. Therefore, community tourism must demonstrate democratization through participation and empowerment through ownership. Additionally, the growth of linkages along the tourism value chain, which should have been driven by the growth in tourism arrivals, has not been as strong due to various economic and social factors, as well as the enclavement of the accommodation properties, which I described earlier as predominantly all-inclusive properties. Of course, we must also accept, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the institutional and policy framework for the development of tourism also appears to be inadequate, and it is a fact that the Ministry of Tourism is now trying to reform. Poor spatial planning and unequal distribution of touristic development have also led to a concentration of touristic assets in a few iconic places like Rodney Bay and Soufrière. This enclavement of tourism activity has resulted in an underutilization of communities, including villages, towns, and waterfronts for economic activity. Consequently, the experiential offering, which highlights cultural values, heritage assets, and community efforts, as well as shopping activity in the villages, are very limited in St. Lucia. Of the properties registered on island with the ministry, approximately 88% of them are located in urban areas, Rosalie, Castries, and Vieux-Fort, while the remaining 12% are located in the rural districts, Labrie, Choiseul, Ancillary, Canaries, and Mico. Additionally, out of a total room stock of 5,598 rooms on island, 97% of them are in urban areas, while the remaining 3% of them are located in rural districts. The accommodation stock has been recognized as being skewed towards the high-end, all-inclusive proposition, which is also characterized by a preponderance of foreign ownership. It has been noted, however, that there is very little avenue for visitors desiring more modest and authentic accommodation options. The distribution of the accommodation stock away from the lesser developed communities does not immediately foster local economic development. At a deeper level, the limited spread of the benefits from the tourism industry contributes to an atmosphere of mounting community resentment towards the weak social impact and limited tangible benefits at the community level from the tourism industry. It is true to say that most St. Lucians see tourism as a foreign thing, owned and for the benefit of the foreigner, owned by and for the benefit of the foreigner. Tourism cannot be sustainable until we start reversing this sentiment. It is on this basis that the government of St. Lucia in 2016 established the policy position to transform the tourism landscape by developing community tourism to operationalize through a statutory agency under the Ministry of Tourism, with a clear focus on tourism product development for local economic distribution and gains. And all of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, explains to you how we have journeyed and introduced at this point a community tourism program. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the overall objective of community tourism is to assist the government in its policy of promoting private sector development through local ownership and participation in the tourism industry. As such, the Community Tourism Agency has been established to advance that objective. The initiative proposes community development of new quality infrastructure and activities in the form of homestays, small intimate hotels, restaurants, bars, museums, creative art studios, sites and attractions, and shops which are environmentally friendly and embraces the socio-cultural environment and architectural character of the communities of St. Lucia. It is all about offering authentic St. Lucian experiences. It is about shifting our tourism product from a predominant resort and hotel-based experience to a community-based experience. It is about transporting visitors from the enclaves of constructed ambience of hotels to the openness of our natural settings where the soul and vibe of St. Lucianness can be felt. In this manner, the ministry anticipates the development of a thriving, sustainable tourism product by building on the existing touristic assets established in the Cricket World Cup and heritage tourism, and concentrating further community infrastructural development for grants and loans that the government has received. So what exactly do we hope and how to achieve those objectives under the community tourism product? The underlying purpose of the Community Tourism Initiative is to develop, and I want to repeat it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to support tourism development at the local level and to ensure that locals are effectively engaged and participate as owners and operators of the tourism product. A key objective of this government is that tourism should allow for greater local ownership and that the profits from the tourism industry should be more equitably distributed. Therefore, the Community Tourism Program will coordinate and harmonize the actions necessary to increase local ownership of tourism assets and will initially focus on local accommodation, restaurants and bars, and other types of experiences that will give rise and springboard, complementary services in the communities where they are located. Accordingly, the program will increase the island's room stock within the alternative accommodation sector. This sector within the industry is characterized by small type accommodation properties ranging from 1 to 10 rooms. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, what we are saying as a primary objective is that we want the program to be able to encourage solutions like was done in the Cricket World Cup, where they can add rooms to their homes and offer them as part of the home accommodation program, where persons can actually start up in small, intimate hotels ranging from 1 room to 10 rooms and to be able to offer that and to add to St. Lucia's room stock. We believe that we can significantly increase the room stock in St. Lucia by offering that level of accommodation which is more intimate and located within the communities. A second objective that we seek to achieve is to be able to increase the capacity of micro, small, and medium enterprises that offer those services that I just mentioned. So, Mr. Speaker, the program will be able to create a business model for persons wanting to invest where they can develop and they can distribute a range of services. We're hoping to offer to individuals who want to invest services relating to financing, product development, quality assurance, bulk purchasing, branding, marketing, and other support services. Mr. Speaker, specifically, the program will look to provide organizational development. And what do I mean by organizational development? A young person with an idea to enter into the tourism industry. He has a brilliant idea. He wants to be able to execute this idea. He can go to the community tourism agency where he will get the organizational support necessary for him to develop his idea and to be able to access financing. Mr. Speaker, we'll be offering services under product development and support services. There are so many experiences in St. Lucia that we can offer as authentic experiences. You'd all recall on many occasions I've teased my friend from Surzel, and he spoke once about the joy of going by the river and enjoying a good river line. There's so many waterfalls and rivers in St. Lucia that we can actually develop as experiences. Why can't we have a waterfall tour of St. Lucia where visitors can visit a number of waterfalls that are located in the hinterland of St. Lucia? Of course, access to those waterfalls would require persons on whose property those waterfalls exist to develop it in a safe and secure environment with handrails and other requirements. That can be developed as an authentic St. Lucian experience. And all that person has to do is to come to the Community Tourism Agency to get the support and the ideas in how we can develop his product. The lady in Suzel, who's a basket weaver, she too can be given support where she can develop her offering and allow for tours from the cruise ships and hotels for visitors to come in and see how baskets, see how mats are made, again in an environment that is developed, that meets international standards. And at the same time, she can sell some squash and float and accra and make some money. Why can't we do it? And again, all those ideas, individuals can come to the community tourism agency and get support in developing their product and developing their ideas. Improved access to financing will be a service that will be offered, and I will speak about it a little later on. Branding management and marketing. We expect that the agency will be able to provide, under the community tourism program, a common branding. There'll be a common look and feel, a common adherence to standards established, and persons involved in the community tourism program will be able to get all the branding and marketing support necessary for them to be able to attract international visitors and, of course, local visitors. Mr. Speaker, we expect under this objective to be able to improve the village infrastructure, and that is critical. And during the budget debate, Mr. Speaker, you will hear announcements of some of the projects that will be undertaken this year under the community tourism program. A little later on, I'll give you an idea of what had been spent on in the last few years. And I know there are ministers and representatives in here who are very anxious to mobilize their communities to be able to develop the necessary infrastructure. I know the member from Castries North has some exciting ideas. The member from Miku North has spoken to me. I know the member from Beaufort North has spoken to me. Babino, even Miku South, I know have some ideas that they want to develop. I haven't heard anything from Castries East as yet. But Mr. Speaker, there are many communities that are looking there are many communities that want to be able to get involved and develop the infrastructure and the product so they too can be part of owning and participating in the development in the tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, many of the small properties are distributed across the island and operate under real challenges when it comes to human resources, access to finance, whatnot. Most of the accommodation properties are in Grosile and Soufrière, and because of that you have the underutilization of the villages. And we're hoping through the community tourism initiative we will be able to bridge that gap and improve the distribution of expenditure by visitors as they have multiple offerings throughout St. Lucia to break down this spatial inequality that exists where most of the accommodation areas, like I said earlier, in the urban areas. We want to be able to build linkages with the tourism sector. So as part of the community tourism program, you will be required to utilize, Mr. Speaker, the local products first and foremost, because you'll be receiving the support for you to be able to enter in the tourism sector. We would want you to be able to, say, for example, in the home accommodation sector, the soaps that you use should be locally produced. The mats and all the decor that you have should come from local sources. When it comes to the restaurants, the spices you use should come from St. Lucia. As much as possible, we have to start creating the linkages between manufacturing, between agriculture, and the tourism sector. And with the establishment of the community tourism program, we will prioritize the creation of those linkages where you will be required to link up with the manufacturing sector and to link up with the manufacturing and agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I did mention earlier about the branding and the marketing. And it's really crucial for the program to succeed, for us to be able to ensure that we have a focus on branding and marketing of locally owned tourism experiences. And I believe the success of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority will lend itself to be able to do that. Thus, community tourism will operate on a central booking engine and will act as a voice for all participants under this brand portfolio. Participants will be able to capitalize on this exposure, which will feed the demand for authentic local experiences, tourism, local experiences, products and services by tourists. Another objective, Mr. Speaker, which is very, very critical for us, is that local economic development and poverty reduction in communities must be achieved. Under the Community Tourism Initiative, investments have been prioritized for improving the aesthetics and functionality of strategic community assets and infrastructure in order to attract additional investment and visitors into the communities and thereby provide opportunity for increasing visitor spend. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that through community tourism, we are able to empower people at the local level in communities as well as empowering communities. And there are many ways in which we can do it, Mr. Speaker. I can give you a simple example. In Soufrière, the Marine Management Authority manages the marine assets of the community. And therefore, the more infrastructure, the more experiences we offer in Soufrière means the Marine Authority can earn more income from those community assets that exist. In Castries South, for example, Mr. Speaker, who knows, one day we might have, an underwater sculpture park in Castries South. We might have beach parks in Castries South, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we will be able to earn some income from it, Mr. Speaker. We may have lay-bys in Castries South, Mr. Speaker. We'll be able to earn some income out of it. And the point is, Mr. Speaker, in Beaufort North, the Community Council can establish a cultural experience which you can charge visitors to come in to enjoy and earn money for the community council. In Grosillé with the town council, Mr. Speaker, they too can earn revenue from those experiences. So in many ways, the community tourism program offers opportunities for the empowerment of local community structures and local communities. And of course, fundamental is using the community tourism program as a tool of economic empowerment. The community tourism program will help change the growing resentment of tourism to an acceptance of tourism as a transformational economic activity, allowing for locals to benefit from the industry, where visitors are seen as guests in our living space and not intruders in their vacation space. Let us be real. Where we live, that's our living space. But it's a vacation space for visitors. And sometimes you can feel that visitors are violating your living space. And when you do not benefit from the tourism industry, and you believe it is only one set that benefit, you can see the birth of the resentment towards visitors. They become easy prey. If we prepare our people, if we educate our people, if we sensitize our people, it is seen as a possible tool that can build on the sustainability of the tourism industry by our people seeing it as an opportunity for them to earn sustainable livelihoods and therefore be more accepting of the tourism industry as a transformational initiative and at the same time ensuring its sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I need to speak a bit on funding for the community tourism program. The funding for the community tourism program has been provided under three sources. The CARICOM Development Fund, the first grant, SLUG 0006, was received in March 2018 in the amount of US $120,000 for the initial consultancies to undertake the business case for community tourism. At that time it was called village tourism, and to define the parameters for the program and support for technical advice. The second grant, after the submission of the Village Tourism Concept Note, the CARICOM Development Fund approved a grant and loan to the government of St. Lucia. The grant is in the amount of $945,643 US and covers the following program areas up to August 2022. And those areas that will be covered by that grant is organizational development, product development and support services, human resource capacity building for improving micro, small, and medium enterprise performance and service excellence, branding and brand management, marketing promotions, and some village infrastructure. At that time, Mr. Speaker, 2018, moving forward, 3 pilot communities were chosen under the last government. Those communities were ancillary canneries, Grosile, and Soufrière. And Mr. Speaker, let me just give the House an idea of some of what has been done in the past in the build-up to where we are today. In ancillary, there was community beautification, landscaping and the planting of trees, and painting and doing some minor works to improve the look of the main street in ancillary. The upgrade of houses on the waterfront, the construction of a 10-room bed and breakfast with reception and other amenities in the village at the old police station site. This construction is still going on. The demolition of the old community center, the restaurant site, the construction of a restaurant on the waterfront, again, Mr. Speaker, ongoing. The construction of a toilet block on the waterfront, I think we still need to finalize the details on this. Monies were used for consultancies and for designs and supervision. There's also the commencement of a project in Jacmel that is still not yet completed, Mr. Speaker. In Soufrière, there was community beautification, again, the landscaping, planting of trees, and other upliftment activities. There was the enhancement of the Soufrière waterfront. There was a construction and upgrade of the Old Trafford complex, something which I think is still, ongoing. The construction of the Palmis vending facilities, again, a project that was inherited. No, the 3 pilot communities of ancillary canneries, Soufrière and Grosile. Mr. Speaker, I think in Grosile we still have to commence the upgrade of the jetty, Mr. Speaker, under the community tourism program. There was, thirdly, Mr. Speaker, a loan from the CARICOM Development Fund, and the loan is of 9 million EC dollars, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting to note that from the monies to have been accessed would have had to come to Parliament to get the approval of the bill and to set up the agency, Mr. Speaker, and which explains why we have been in haste to get to Parliament with the bill and to advance the work, because those monies have been available for an extended period of time, and we really need to start accessing the money and to get the program going. So, Mr. Speaker, let's have a quick look at the bill and to get a sense of what's in the bill. Honorable members have copies of the bill, so I'm sure you're familiar with the content. By Cabinet Conclusion number 1140 and 1045 of 2019, Cabinet approved the village tourism policy and the establishment of an institution to administer the village tourism program. The Legislative Drafting Unit of the AG Chambers prepared the Village Tourism Bill, and a presentation was made by the Ministry of Tourism. Cabinet approved the transmission of the bill to Parliament, and the first reading was scheduled for 22nd June 2021. However, during the months of June and July, there was no parliamentary sessions, and of course, on July 26, St. Lucians decided to change the government for the better, I may add. By Cabinet Conclusion number 81 of 2022, which is under this government, Cabinet approved further changes to the policy for village tourism, including a shift from village tourism to community tourism. I need to just take a couple minutes to explain. We thought the notion of village tourism was not natural and connected to St. Lucian life. In St. Lucia, how can one boast of village tourism in Labon and village tourism in Kako and village tourism in Peru and La Clery? For us, that kind of notion of village tourism is a foreign concept. In St. Lucia, we speak of communities. When you speak of La Clery, you speak of La Fag, you speak of, Belleville, you're talking about communities in St. Lucia. In St. Lucia, village has a particular understanding, a particular concept, and we did not believe it was suitable. In any event, community defines commonality. it defines connectedness, and therefore we thought the use of the word community tourism as against village tourism was quite suitable. We also changed from the concept of a franchise. The last government wanted to establish a franchise arrangement a la KFC and Burger Plus and those are the franchises. We believe St. Lucians are not in the franchise business. We changed the concept to a partnership, that there is a partnership between the community, the investor, and the agency, and working together as one. A partnership for us is a different kind of business model, which we believe is not natural to the St. Lucian cultural context, Mr. Speaker. So the Community Tourism Bill is being laid in Parliament today to establish a body known as the Community Tourism Agency and to provide for the development of community tourism in the tourism industry. Community tourism will be governed as a statutory agency that operates as a partner agency with the power to do things necessary, convenient, or in connection with the performance of its duties. The agency will be under the Ministry of Tourism and will have at least 5 to 7 member board, a 5 to 7 member board that shall be responsible for its management and administration. The operating and administrative expenses will be absorbed by the government and phased out according to a business and financial sustainability plan undertaken within the first 6 months of operation. The revenue generated by this business model dedicated to small tourism establishments will be primarily fees and tourism levy on community tourism accommodation. It is anticipated that the total operational costs will be made available via a subvention from the government of St. Lucia under the budgetary submission of the Ministry of Tourism, and will also form part of the government of St. Lucia contribution for the CDF loan. The functions of the Community Tourism Agency are set forth in Section 4 of the bill which is before you, Mr. Speaker. The Board of Community Tourism Agency, according to Section 9, will comprise, as I indicated earlier, of no less than 5 or no more than 7 members who will possess experience in law, commerce, public administration, finance, accounting, and tourism. And I've seen a few people on Facebook suggest other areas of competence they believe members should have, but I think there will always be latitude in selecting members to be on the board. The function of the board is stated in Section 14, and it is some of the standard functions of a board: setting the mission, the vision, the values, strategic priorities, the performance targets for the agency. In Section 14, the powers of the board, basically to appoint and determine the functions and duties of committees, enter into capital development arrangements, and do all the things that are necessary for the performance of the function of the agency. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the bill also provides for the appointment of a CEO who has to be approved by the minister. And of course, the CEO will employ the staff subject to approval by the board. A key component, Mr. Speaker, for the success of the community tourism program is the tax relief and the incentives that will be provided. And the bill provides, Mr. Speaker, special incentives to reduce the capital intensiveness of business setup, Mr. Speaker. And I want to quickly point out, Mr. Speaker, some of the incentives that individuals applying will be able to enjoy under the community tourism program. Number one, Mr. Speaker, an exemption of corporation tax for no more than 15 years, an exemption of import duty on imports of building materials, equipment, furniture, fixtures, and fittings. And remember, Mr. Speaker, these are for 1 to 10 rooms, as well as sites and attraction, bars, restaurants, and other offerings that the communities and investors want to get into. An exemption of value-added tax on imports of building materials, equipment, furniture, fixtures, and fittings. An exemption of tax, vendor's tax and stamp duty on the initial conveyance or transfer on sale of any immovable property for an approved community tourism product. An exemption from the payment of property tax. So, Mr. Speaker, we've been able to virtually excise some of the benefits that the larger properties enjoy right now and be able to translate them for the very small initiatives to also enjoy exactly what the multi-million-dollar investments developments enjoy right now. So it means that persons who want to start projects, 1 to 10 rooms, can enjoy the same benefits and even more than those of the larger development projects. So, and that's really critical, Mr. Speaker, because for too often we've heard small businesses, small enterprise claiming that they cannot get the kind of support that they need in terms of incentives and tax relief. But even more importantly, Mr. Speaker, local investors and local entrepreneurs keep saying the biggest challenge is access to finance. And in this instance, Mr. Speaker, we will be ensuring that the access to finance is there for communities and investors, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that we already have a loan from the CARICOM Development Fund of $9 million that will be made available for investors. The Prime Minister has clearly indicated that that's not enough money. And of course, you'll all recall the memo from Cashews East, and Prime Minister was a Minister of Tourism in 1997 under former Prime Minister Kenny Anthony. And he's very clear in his minds and his instructions that we must make more monies available. And I've said to him that the hope is over the next 5 years, we'll try to increase this fund to about $30 million to be made available to local investors who want to get involved in the community tourism program, Mr. Speaker. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is that the interest rates will be low and flexible to ensure that persons are not burdened by having high interest rates to repay. But then we're going to get an even more innovative, Mr. Speaker. And I mentioned in the early part about the spatial disparity that exists in St. Lucia. Some communities have a lot more rooms, others have less rooms. What we are going to try to work on, Mr. Speaker, and more details will be given probably during the budget, is that communities that do not have a developed touristic offering will be, investors from those areas and projects in those areas will probably enjoy a grant and loan financing. So if you're developing a $90,000 project somewhere in Miku, for example, then it might be $60,000 loan, $30,000 grant. Because we want to encourage some communities to get involved. If Beaufort North is putting on a special cultural experiences, which we don't have many of in St. Lucia, they will get a loan and grant. Somebody in a more developed area who's adding more rooms where they already have rooms will probably only get a grant. Only get a loan, sorry. So we're going to try to use the availability of finance to spur investment in certain areas and to spur specific types of activities in certain areas. So there'll be encouragement for new and innovative experiences as well as support for areas that are largely undeveloped, Mr. Speaker. And we're hoping that through a very creative financing option, we'll be able to make monies available to the people that really need it to be able to enter the tourism industry. Of course, Mr. Speaker, once you get loans and grants from the Community Tourism Fund, Mr. Speaker, you will have to be part of the tourism levy and paying your levy to assist in the further development of the tourism industry, Mr. Speaker. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat the point that we have to move the tourism industry from hotel and resort base. We have to enhance our community-based experiences. We have to say to St. Lucians, you can now participate and you can own the tourism industry. It is not going to be something only for foreigners and controlled by foreigners. And for creating the community tourism program, we are starting to create this enabling framework, this enabling environment where St. Lucians, local investors, local entrepreneurs can now become owners of the tourism industry. And we are making the monies available to you, we're making the institutional support available to you, and we're making the concessions and tax relief available to you for you to be able to enter that space that most St. Lucians believe has been reserved for foreigners. And Mr. Speaker, I believe we will visualize a day when some of our popular lining spots, Nestor in Grand Riviere and Glamity and those other areas, can be upgraded to meet all the international standards through assistance from the community tourism program, where they can be insured, because insurance is a critical requirement if you want to be able to attract those visitors. And where those experiences that we enjoy as St. Lucian experiences can now be available to the world, and people wanting authentic St. Lucian experiences can go and enjoy those places. Those who want to go and eat black pudding can go to the famous black pudding spots. Of course, once we ensure it meets the standards and it is of a party and it is an acceptable. No, there'll be no tax on the black pudding. And Mr. Speaker, some of the cultural experiences that we know exist in St. Lucia that's not readily available to the visitor, can we use the community tourism program to invest in those communities, to upgrade those offerings, and for visitors to be able to come to St. Lucia and to enjoy it? We want to offer St. Lucia as an authentic experience, to show off the warmth and hospitality of our people, and to be able for our people to use our natural assets to earn sustainable livelihoods. The community tourism program will offer that to them, and it will offer it in a way which is packaged, and they will be able to get the range of support that they need. So, Mr. Speaker, I take delight in presenting to this House the community tourism bill. I believe it's a people's bill. It's a transformational bill, and it can certainly help in empowering our people at the local level and helping to create sustainable livelihoods. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the Community Tourism Development Bill be read a second time. Member for Castries South, could you turn off your microphone, please? Member for Miku North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by joining my other parliamentary colleagues in wishing the women of St. Lucia, especially the women of Miku North, Happy International Women's Day. We celebrate you every day, but today is a special day, so Happy International Women's Day. And just like some of my colleagues said, I think a member for you fought South said it well, that women drive the campaign. And I was privy to be exposed to such an experience. There were some phenomenal women during my campaign who ensured that I am able to stand in this house today. So we have people like Miss Roma Wilson, Phyllis Wilson. We also have people like Miss Joan Augustine, Mayo, Laura Lee, and the list go on. But women were really the drivers and the reason why I'm standing here today. Mr. Speaker, let me now extend my deepest condolences to the Timet family, especially to his mother, his girlfriend, to his friends and colleagues within the ranks and files of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Nathan Timet was not just my colleague, Mr. Speaker. He was my brother.
and he was my friend. He followed me from department to department during my tenure as a policeman. When I worked at the drug unit, he was there. When I got a transfer to the criminal investigations department, he followed me there. I did not work one special duty without Nefantimate being present. The Royal St. Lucia Police Force has lost a gem of a policeman in that of Police Constable 863 Nefantimate. And the way in which he met his demise causes grave concern to me, and I think it should cause grave concerns to all St. Lucians. I would like to also take the opportunity to extend well wishes to Officer King, and I would like to wish him a speedy recovery. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was really looking forward to the day when an act of this nature was going to be tabled before this Honorable House. And you will understand why I look forward to that day as I delve further into my presentation. I found it a bit puzzling that government after government did not see it necessary at the time to have a bill of that sort brought before this Honorable House. And I say that on the basis of the fact that we as St. Lucian, how heavily dependent and reliant we are on the tourism industry. You will recall in the 1990s, Mr. Speaker, when the tourism boat sailed in and the banana boat left. The banana boat left with a lot of my constituents, a lot of opportunities from Mikud North. And when the tourist boat decided to sail off, very few people from Mikud North became beneficiaries from the touristic product. And it is very sad, given the geographical location of Mikud North. We look at our international airport in the south. I think just this weekend I saw a message in a group where we had about 2,000 visitors, I think on Saturday or Sunday it was, coming into St. Lucia through our international airport. And I can bet my bottom dollar that most, or if not all of these tourists would have passed Mikud straight. And the first place they may have stopped would maybe be on the Madeli in Dennery. In Dennery South. And you hear my colleague shouting, Dennery South. Monies have been borrowed before for village tourism. Mikud, the constituents of Mikud contribute, or we pay taxes just like everybody else. However, the only person I can think of who has really benefited from the touristic product in my constituency would be maybe Sly, the owner of Latil Fort. Other than that, a few Airbnbs here and there, but it is very sad that every tourist just pass my constituency and go up to the north where it's overcrowded, oversaturated. Most of the monies are being spent in my colleagues from, or my colleague from Grozile's constituency. And this bill is going to give us an opportunity to change that and to change that narrative. And I want to offer my full support to this bill. What this bill does, or the way I envisage this bill working, is taking, as the member for Castries South said, is removing, or not removing, but giving us in the constituency, in the community, an opportunity to benefit in a similar way or similar fashion as those people in Soufrière and Grosile would benefit. We have an opportunity now, and what excites me the most is the fact that the member for Castries South has made it clear that we will now have access to funding And there's a possibility that we may get part funding and part grant. And I want the people of Micoud North to, those of them who are listening, to be encouraged and take full advantage of this opportunity that we have before us. I know that other members in here will give this bill their full support, as they will also see the opportunities that lies in this bill for their own constituency. But I would like to make it public and make it beyond, let the record show, and say to the member for Castries South that my constituency is in an advanced stage, and we, for some reason we saw a bill like that going to be passed through Parliament, and we prepared ourselves, and we are at an advanced stage, and we're waiting. We've been working with consultants, and we're waiting for this opportunity and for us to get our fair share of that $9 million that is currently available. And the Prime Minister in his good wisdom said that $9 million is not enough. So I'm hoping that $9 million might just be Micoud North's share. You need some? You will get. There's sufficient. Denry South is already advanced. So what I see, I think Micoud North, there is a perfect opportunity. A lot of untapped natural resources, scenic areas. We have something going on for us in Micoud North, Mr. Speaker. I don't even know if I can find the words to describe it. What we have, if I take you to some of the places in Micoud, you would never believe, and I had the privilege of bringing some of the staff from housing on a side visit tour, and a lot of them are now asking, where can they purchase lands in Micoud North? And everybody is interested because they did not know that we had this type of beautiful scenery in Micoud North. And this bill gives us the opportunity to build on that. Those persons who have already started, it also allows us to build on what they have. So it's not just for people coming in. So it gives us an opportunity for people like Mayo, the tea cuisine, stress-free, to build on the product and create a product that's authentically Micoud. A product that when people, or when we have tourists landing in Vieux-Fort, that they might not even want to go past the Parliament Bridge. And we may find tourists coming down just to spend a few days in Micoud. And I believe right now we have enough in our constituency to be able to offer somebody a 7-day stay comfortably without having to leave the community. We have a tea cuisine that's a buzz right now in Micoud North. And tea cuisine is giving serious competition to the Grizzly Friday night. And as the Minister of Tourism said, member for Castries South said, we can see the amount of linkages that's going to be created with the passing of this bill. It's going to benefit my farmers, my fishers. It's going to open up the doors for agriculture and so many other things. Right now we have, I'm sure very few people in this house know what is a CONL. Very few. And I can bet my bottom dollar that a tourist would pay more than what you can imagine to have a CONL experience. CONL. Well, that's how we call it in Micoud North. I don't know how you call it. In Lapwet, every Christmas, it's customary for us, Mr. Speaker, to engage in the beating of drums and singing of songs. And there is no price that you can put to that type of experience. And I can imagine if others know about that, and if I heard the member for Castries South said that there's a marketing component of this entire thing. And I think that if this thing is marketed properly, there are limitless opportunities for the people in Micoud North. We have a commune Sesen, which was recently given a facelift only because it was independence. And I think this too is a very, very sad state of affairs. That commune Sesen was left to almost become derelict. And we have an opportunity now with this bill to revive and to create a CONL experience right there at commune Sesen. Micoud North has produced people like Dame Selifa Sesen Descat. We produced Mr. Raleigh Augustine, the violinist. We've produced several people in Micoud North. And what you have is a situation where Our culture is slowly slipping away from us. Our heritage slowly slipping away from us. But this bill gives us an opportunity to reintroduce it and to create empowerment whilst we reintroduce our culture and our heritage. So for me, Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very, very excited about this bill. And I'm hoping, as I said, that I know that most members in this Honorable House will also lend their support to this bill. I'd also like to say in Creole, so my constituents who are listening can understand how this bill is going to affect them or impact them positively. Pour chaitan nou ni, moun ka desen vin set lisi, ek yo glè yo kiti, airport la vie for yo ka ali Castries, yo ka yod ni be depase la yo, Brazil Friday night se la yo ka depase la yo. Et puis là yo a depase la yo, Brazil yo ka pase mikou det. Et puis nous pas ni persuasion pour touristes descendre venir mikou venir dépasser là yo. Et puis ça bill ça qu'a fait après ça qu'a bail Jean mikou opportunité. Pour yo ça benefits from dollar tourist là. Même quand soufouye, je soufouye et puis je gozile. Nous avons opportunité à présent un mikou pour nous ça mouche moun sa mikou ni. Nous ni belle la mer, nous ni l'ovier Jack. Nous ni ETV quoi yo ka di. Nous ni Simos. Nous ni tout bagay. We can even give them a Simos experience, a farm to table experience, similar to what is existing at the chocolate experience in Soufrière. We have an opportunity with this now to develop a farm-to-table experience with Simos. Give people something that is authentically Mikud. And I think this bill puts us, the constituents of Miku, in a very strong position to benefit from it. And as I said, I've told that to the member for Castries South, that we, the people of Mikud North, we are ready to benefit from this. We expected something like that to happen, and we prepared ourselves. And we're looking forward to meeting with you and to ensuring that we become one of the biggest beneficiaries of the Community Tourism Development Bill. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to just say again that I want to lend my full support to this bill. And I look forward to this bill passing in this House and becoming a reality. With this, I thank you. Too much English.
The member from Suzel Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will start by commending the member from Castries South for what I consider to be the first time I've heard him make a contribution without a tirade of political uppercuts. You made a very decent presentation, member. I have a rebuttal. Mr. Speaker, I actually prefer the term village tourism, despite the explanation given by the member. And, you know, in recent times, you know, I've heard the member speak to the vibe and the authenticity of our villages. And I think village lends to that sort of authenticity and vibe. The community thing to me is not attractive from a touristic kind of selling point, but that's me. And so I just wanted to express that particular concern with regards to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of community tourism or village tourism. There's a lot that can be done in that. And in the government that I served prior, Mr. Speaker, there was a lot that had already started while Choiseul Saltibus was not part of the initial trio in receiving funds under that fund. But there was a lot that had already started, complements the Ministry of Tourism, where certain crafters had already been identified, where the ministry would have come in, or in fact it was something I decided, I'm not quite sure where the ministry is right now with the continuation of it, but where we had identified some crafters, very popular crafters, either in the handicraft or the pottery, the weaving, and they would have established washroom facilities for these people, because in the visits by guests, this was one of the things that was absent. The accommodation had certain risks, had certain challenges, and the ministry felt it necessary at the time to do that sort of intervention to make the tour more palatable for the people organizing the stores. And so it was something I welcome, Mr. Speaker. And I was happy that the member also spoke to the number of times I keep mentioning the river. In fact, the last sitting he said I should go back to the river. But Mr. Speaker, you see, many people are recognizing, and I speak to my community of Choiseul Saltibus, the beauty of Choiseul Saltibus. Many people. Because a lot of new waterfalls are being discovered. Well, I shouldn't say new, but the road to these waterfalls are maybe a little more accessible because of people clearing. A lot of these are now accessible. A lot of people are selling an experience upriver, Mr. Speaker. But there's something, Mr. Speaker, that troubles me, and I think it should trouble all of us. Because in 2022, Mr. Speaker, it is a real shame and a disgrace that we still have a problem of littering. We still have a problem where our people are not, I don't know if it is an issue of pride, or I don't know if it's an issue of the state of mind when they're leaving these environments, that they have no care to the conditions that they leave our environments. And I have taken it on my own. I've given some groups, I made signs that they could have posted on the beaches. But sometimes you feel that you should go a step more. And, you know, and that is where some of you have to be very careful, Mr. Speaker, in making various political voice notes. Because sometimes, and I say voice notes not from the telephone, but when we speak, because sometimes we say things to play on people's emotions, which sometimes come back to haunt us. So when we all sing Jah Beach is mine, Jack Beach is mine, which is our beaches are ours, we must also have with it the refrain of keeping our beaches clean, of being proud of what we have, Mr. Speaker. Because it's a shame, Mr. Speaker, in this day and age, people visit our beaches, and when you leave our beaches, it is a complete disaster with broken bottles and listed. And I'm maybe urging the Minister of Local Government that to empower our councils, our local councils, to either do some sort of interim policing, particularly on weekends, to the various beaches, you know, to do that kind of monitoring, whether there's some sort of fee that can be imposed, you know. Even, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, sometimes we say we chain off our beaches. But if we chain off our beaches and it is managed by our local people, by our community residents, where we empower them, Mr. Speaker, now I am speaking about where our local people are empowered in the community. For example, a community like Riverdore, there are people who are very, very conscious of their beach there, and they would like to have some sort of dominion over, you know, the activities that happen there, and they're close enough where they can open up the facility and close it, Mr. Speaker, and they can actually make some sort of revenue, economic activity from it. Mr. Speaker, I see on too many occasions we have these ATV tours coming all the way from Castries in some cases, coming down and they do whatever they want on our beach, you know, and they leave. And there's nothing to the community. I think it's time that, you know, in part of the community tourism, village tourism, that there is something that goes to the community. Many, many years ago, Mr. Speaker, when I was a lot more carefree, I remember going to visiting Virgin Gorda. I mean, and the incredible state of the beaches there, the pristine nature of how they kept, you know, the environment. And there was a small fee. And people did not mind paying that fee because of what they were experiencing. You know? And while one of the things we need to push on our people's head, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we're not the only one with beaches and rivers. There's so many other places. And we need to make it in our culture, Mr. Speaker, that we have to cherish what we have so that we can create a livelihood out of what we have. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we speak to community tourism, there are a lot of factors that enhance the community tourism. And I was happy that the member for Castries South did not speak particularly to accommodation. You know, we spoke to the tours. And so, Mr. Speaker, the refrain that we heard so many times during the election period and beyond about people not eating roads. But it is what we see now, Mr. Speaker, is that the roads create economic activity. And I heard the member for Castries East at our last sitting saying that we will not build roads to nowhere. But a lot of the community, the beauty is inland. And you may want to call it nowhere. You may want to call it, but this is the kind of places that people want to visit. So, you know, we need to be very careful when we say some of the things that we say, Mr. Speaker, because the impact, and the member for Beaufort South is very intimate with the area of Saldivas, and he, I'm sure, would appreciate some of the things that has happened in the Balka, in the Gayabwa Park Estate area. And it's something that I'm hoping that this administration will continue so that we can do an agricultural tour. We can have that agricultural experience. There are a number of things that we had in place to empower the residents of Choiseul Saldivas, and I'm really hoping that, you know, the government will continue with it and maybe channel the resources in the right area. It is very important, you know, Mr. Speaker, that that's done. Another thing that we did in the last administration was pay attention to improvement of our water intakes, our water distribution, the work on the airport, the work on St. Jude's. These are the kind of things that we need to improve, the fast ferry service. These are the kind of things that we need to identify and improve on, because all of these things will enhance the offerings that we give to the people who visit the island. Okay, because Madam, the representatives from Babuno, some time ago I spoke to you about some people who were providing quite a bit of employment for the people in Balka, where they have free cottages, and the experience that the guests, everything is wonderful. They like the nature, the scenery, the bird sanctuary, but they were complaining about the road. And so that's very critical when we're trying to enhance and create that sort of attraction and to get more people to come in. So I'm hoping that, you know, this is something that we will continue to do, recognize the areas where there's economic potential and build on it. So, Mr. Speaker, I support it because this is something that I'm quite familiar with as it relates to, you know, where it's going in terms of spreading the financial activity for the various communities. I think it's something that will empower a lot of people as long as they are trained properly and they're guided, you know, in the right direction as to how we can enhance our tourism product, how we can make St. Lucia a place where people will want to come over and over again. Because we recognize now more people seem to be moving away from the big established hotel plans, and more people seem to want to get down into the the smaller facilities, the authentic, the member for library will tell you that his community is buzzing with Airbnbs. I see it's happening now in the community of Choiseul, Saldivas. A lot more people are getting into it. But the member from Castro South, I did not hear you mention as to whether people who, for example, want to get into the accommodation business, whether they will have to be registered. Because I know it was something that you had an issue with in the last time that we came to the house. You spoke vehemently about that sort of registration and the penalties that could have come with it if people had not registered. And it's something that we have to think seriously, because when we provide that sort of service, there are also issues of health and safety. And we cannot have people selling a product and there are certain risks that you know, at the end of the day, that can affect our brand. So it is something that you know, we need to look into. But at the end of the day, I do support the bill in front of us, and I wish that, you know, the country will benefit significantly from all what can come from it. I thank you.
The member for Soufrière Fonsejac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of this community tourism bill as presented by the member for Castries South. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I am the parliamentary rep for Soufrière Fonsejac, the mecca of tourism in this beautiful country. So I could not allow this bill to be on the floor of this honorable house without adding my voice to the support. I recognize that the honorable member gave a history of how we arrived at this bill today. And I know very clearly, as someone who operates a site myself, the history of the Heritage Tourism Program. And I again want to thank, I remember that program very well, and I want to thank the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party for always trying to bring economic development to local people, because the Heritage Tourism Project was a project that started and allowed, I want the Prime Minister, I don't know at the time whether he was the minister responsible, but the Heritage Tourism Project was a project that actually started causing local persons to have ownership of some of the tourism products in St. Lucia. I am very happy that Soufrière is part of this, was part of this free community projects or village projects as we have it. The projects have started, but it's not completed. And as we focus now on a change of name, I want to commend the honorable member for the change of name, because that change of name is important for Soufrière when we speak about tourism and local experience. I want to embrace the word to community for several reasons. What we offer in Soufrière, and now more specifically, as we focus on Fonsejac as a community. So Fonsejac is not a village, Fonsejac is a community. And God willing, tomorrow morning, Mr. Speaker, I've got to spend a day in Fonsejac as the members of the Fonsejac Development Committee sit with international agencies like Jeff and the entire community in shaping up what we call the agro-tourism park for Shashak. It has nothing to do with canoes, it has to do with Shashak.
Thinking.
And so I want to tell you, and when you think of Foshashak, there are different communities in Foshashak. You have the mini community, you have the Esperance community, you have Deoash, you have Zeno, and all of those communities will be having individual projects within that agro-tourism park. So for me, the word community is extremely important. I embrace this bill before us because, as the member who presented said, the fact that it is doing so much to cause our visitors to have an authentic St. Lucian experience. Now, for Soufrière again, being the Mecca, this bill presents great opportunities for my community of Barons Drive. And most of you like me now knows that this is a community that is alive every day, every night. So it is not like a Grosile Friday night. It is an everyday experience. So I know that community is looking forward and there is room for them to benefit from that particular bill. I was a little concerned as I heard the member for Castries South as he was trying to present the makeup or the benefits from that loan agreement, where I sort of, and I hope I'm wrong, where he was indicating that where the product has been more developed, the beneficiaries might not benefit from a grant component. And I sit there saying, hello, hello. So I'm hoping that we can sit down and see and arrive at equitable. I understand the issue of equitable distribution as it relates to providing and responding in advance to the areas where you want that product to take growth. For example, in Miku. For example, in Babono. For example, in Anslere. So I agree that I would defer to some communities getting attention before Soufrière. But when it is our turn to get attention, we want equitable terms and conditions on how that fund is used, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I get my property money.
You're not getting. Mr. Speaker, I believe this bill before us is transforming that tourism product. And I have always believed that there is always room for us to involve the local people in a deeper way in the product that we have. So now this bill is touching on ownership, but it is also allowing not only ownership. What I like about it, it is going to give our local operators an opportunity to meet international standards. And that is critical for the tourism product to develop here. I am also very happy that I heard the issue of a joint marketing platform, because I believe when I assess the product in Soufrière, our small operators are at a disadvantage because they do not have the advantage now of a strong marketing platform. And for me, that is an attraction for the people of Soufrière, because we had already made a commitment before the last election that we are going to work on a joint marketing platform so that the visitor, even before arriving at the destination, is aware of the product offering by all our suppliers. I think that is fundamental. And our small operators, our local operators, are at a disadvantage. So I'm hoping that with the passing of this bill, joint marketing platform with a strong brand, to me, is what the appeal is to me. I am also happy that the area of training will be augmented. Because as you know, as a small operator, you hardly have the funds to focus on training as one ought to. Another area that I appreciate will be the group insurance. Fundamental. Because when you approach an insurance company with this group coverage, every operator should benefit from a lower cost for the insurance coverage. That also is important. But Mr. Speaker, one area I believe we have to look at, and I'm not sure how we're going to do it, is the whole issue, which we need to bring here or highlight somewhere, is the whole issue of security. Again, it is an issue we have to give some thought to, because as we have the various products, whether it is in accommodation, whether it is on campgrounds, whether it is nature tour, hiking, the issue of security must become front and center. So how we do it, I would want to put that on the table. Even though we don't put it in the act, we have to put it somewhere. We have to recognize that it is an area that needs addressing. So, Mr. Speaker, SUFRA, as you know, is unique in terms of the bodies that we have. You heard from the member for Tasri South of the SUFRA Marine Management Area. There is a lot of work that that association is doing, and there is a lot more it ought to do. We have the SUFRA Regional Development Foundation, again managing quite a bit of the assets of SUFRA. This is managing our Surfer Spring Park, it is managing the Gros Piton, it is managing the beach park, and it is also managing part of the harbor. We have new trails. We are working on the Zeno Pochejak Trail, and we will continue to explore other areas. So all what we are doing here today would greatly enhance the tourism product, not only in St. Lucia, but also throughout this country. I remember when I was a parliamentary rep for Gros-Islet, I could remember working with the now the permanent secretary in developing, as you move around Gros-Islet, there were significant sites. You go into somebody's home and you could immediately see how you could turn this into an experience. On the way to Deramo, Labon, throughout our country, we have sites. So I'm really hoping that the issue of the product development is another area that we need to strengthen. So I'm very hopeful that the passage of this bill is going one additional step in empowering all our St. Lucians, economic empowerment, so that we benefit from the economic development of our country, that we improve the product offering for our visitors, and that together, do well some. Together, we progress. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Dennery South.
Mr. Speaker, I would not sleep very well tonight if I did not add my bit to this Community Tourism Development Act, because as a man who was born and raised in Dennery South, I'm sure all of you will remember the Dennery Fish Fiesta, and thousands of persons around the island would make it their duty to visit what we call un les sables on a Saturday. Those days we had more than 21 vendors benefiting from an activity that replaced the closure of Bell Fashions in 1999. The COVID pandemic impacted very negatively on this activity, and currently we only have 2 vendors on the site. I remember very early when I had a discussion with the Minister for Tourism. We had a discussion and he guaranteed me that he would make available funds to upgrade the Dennery Fish Fiesta, as well as to increase activities at the Further Heritage Park. So when I already mentioned all the other constituencies and I did not hear Dennery South, I wanted to ensure that I make a special case on behalf of all the constituents of Dennery South to ensure that we revamp the entire Dennery Fish Night activity. I'm sure you all would know that very often when people get into St. Lucia, Dennery is the first point at the Mandela's Point that they stop to take photos of the Dennery village. So that tells you that there is tremendous potential in Dennery South to benefit from this community tourism bill. And I heard of a sum of 9-point-something million. Just 200,000 will make it happen in Dennery South. Mr. Speaker, we have the infrastructure, we have the Further Park, we have a very attractive site in Erad. We have the tourism stop facilities at the Mandeli and at the fire station. We have a number of other areas in Dennery North, including the Badlil. I see tremendous potential for the Dennery Basin benefiting tremendously from this bill. And I don't want to be long, but I just want to say to the Minister of Tourism, please do not forget Dennery South, because I've already informed my councillors. It was a campaign promise that as soon as the St. Lucia Labour Party gets into office, the Dennery Fish Fiesta will be revamped and will bring back the days when thousands of persons will be visiting Dennery. The spin-off effect on our vendors, our fishers, the supermarket people. I'm really looking forward to this happening in Dennery South. And I just want to say that, to say to this Honorable House that I support this bill, because I am truly convinced that Dennery South will benefit from this Community Tourism Development Bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ancillary Carries.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join you and my other colleagues in wishing the women of Ancillary Canneries and by St. Lucia, and St. Lucia by extension, a happy International Women's Day. I would also like to join my colleagues in expressing condolence to the family of PC Constable Temmet, and to also wish a speedy recovery to Constable King. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Community Tourism Development Bill. The Minister of Tourism, member for Castries South, has outlined the changes to the legislation and the reasons for these changes. From the use of moving from village tourism to community tourism, the qualifying rooms being reduced from 75 to 10, and the movement away from the language of franchise to partnership. Mr. Speaker, more inclusive and appropriate language towards a mutually beneficial working relationship. Mr. Speaker, by facilitating possibilities that did not exist before, this piece of legislation makes it possible for the vendors of trinkets and other items, whether made locally or otherwise, can also become vendors of sleeping accommodation. An opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for us to prove we in ancillary canneries are more than our misfortunes. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of any growth in tourism must lead to the development of our communities. Ancillary canneries deserves more than just a march pass. And in just over a year's time, the Vanna Venus Ancillary Link Road will be completed, opening a new set of possibilities and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, just from the clearing of the landslides and the brush, so far has revealed a view of Mount Jimmy, no less spectacular than the view of the Peters from Columbet. We, Mr. Speaker, are in a strategic location. We have undeveloped beaches and an underutilization of the waterfronts, which should be used to encourage economic activity in ancillary and canneries. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that the former Member of Parliament for ancillary canneries was the Minister of Tourism? All the talk about better numbers, the former government was unable to convert increased arrivals into increased visitor spending, a key determinant for the benefits of tourism. If visitor spend is not increasing likewise, why the bravado? With all the shortcomings, why the bravado? Mr. Speaker, at least 90% of the tourists who come to St. Lucia visit Soufrière. They pass through ancillary and canneries either by road or by sea. In the last 5 years, what was done to encourage the tourists to stop, spend some time, and spend some money in ancillary or canneries? What was done to develop ancillary and canneries as a product? Not until moments before the general elections did we or he realize that it was something for him to do because it was directly within the control of his portfolio. The vendors at that point did not matter. Now losers are quick to take pictures. Mr. Speaker, we will treat the vendors in ancillary with the respect and dignity they deserve. After all, Mr. Speaker, community tourism is about showcasing local culture, sites, traditional values, and heritage of a people of a community. Mr. Speaker, the Ancillary and Canneries Councils stand ready to work with the Village Tourism Agency, and we do look forward, Mr. Speaker, to some additional benefit which was promised to us by the Minister of Tourism
Mr. Speaker, the Antwerp Carries constituency councils stand ready to work with the Village Tourism Agency. We, community, the Village Tourism Agency is what it's actually called in the Mr. Speaker, we for far too long have been told that we are poor, undeserving, lazy, and have nothing else to do but to lime and drink alcohol. This bill, Mr. Speaker, gives us the opportunity to demonstrate once and for all that we are indeed better than our misfortunes. I stand here this evening in full support of this bill. I thank you, Mr. President.
The member for Castries East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sat here this afternoon and listened to the Minister for Tourism deliver the community tourism bill, Mr. Speaker, and I felt a sense of fulfillment, Mr. Speaker, because the member of Beaufort South and myself and the member of Castries North are the longest serving members in this honorable house. The member for Beaufort South and me, and we came together on the same day, and we sat in close proximity to each other for the entire 15, 20 years except now. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought of the times when the then Prime Minister said that the economy is in transition, the transition from bananas to tourism, and everyone laughed and jeered, and as usual, Mr. Speaker, it was as if we were speaking a level of nonsense that had to be ridiculed, Mr. Speaker. And that's the habit of some people in St. Lucia. Anytime you're forward thinking or you say something they don't understand, or possibly for political motives, they laugh and they jeer at you, Mr. Speaker. Same thing with my call for people to consume more local products. Same thing, Mr. Speaker. So they laughed when we said the economy, when the Prime Minister said the economy was in transition. Then, Mr. Speaker, we moved, and in 1998, 99, we said that there must be a philosophical underpinning to the tourism industry. And that philosophical underpinning was the benefits of tourism must accrue to as many people as possible. And again, they laughed and they scorned us because you were saying that the people should benefit from the tourism industry. And I heard the member for Castries South, in his wisdom, speak about using local soap. And I remember a famous talk show host said that I was telling people to go and take out soap from the sulfur, go and take things from the sulfur springs and make soap if. And I was a fool to say that, Mr. Speaker. I also remember when we opened the gates at the vendors arcade, Mr. Speaker, because we wanted vendors to partake in the cruise industry, at least when the ships come into St. Lucia. And again, we were ridiculed. They said we were playing politics, Mr. Speaker. And that opening of that gate in the vendors arcade caused a lot of traffic to come into the vendors arcade, because before there was a gate and people had to go through the outside and get into the vendors arcade. I also remember, Mr. Speaker, when in addressing vendors, I made a point that the vendors should change their products and they should try to even use the use of credit cards, Mr. Speaker, in the vendors arcade. Again, I was ridiculed because I was saying to the vendors, you have to advance yourself, Mr. Speaker. So when the Community Tourism Development Bill is tabled in this House, and I see all these aspects in one bill, all these aspects that seek to cause the benefits of tourism to accrue to as many people as possible, Mr. Speaker, I feel relieved and I feel happy, Mr. Speaker. And I want to compliment the Minister of Tourism and the members of the tourism fraternity to now bring in such a bill that will cause the holistic development of tourism in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many people will not know that the Ansari fish fry started under the government of the Labour Party when I was Minister for Tourism. And I remember that day in the cabinet when there was a parliamentary secretary called Cyprian Lansico. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary secretaries, because the cabinet was a very... parliamentary secretaries could not speak unless they asked permission to. And Cyprian Lansico was a parliamentary secretary, and the Prime Minister said to him that there's a place called Oystins in Barbados where there's a fish fry, and he should go to Oystins to visit the fish fry. And together with himself, Menise Rambali, and I think 2 or 3 other people, they went to Oystins in Barbados, and Cyprian was excited. Cyprian likes Ansari like he likes himself. He was very excited, Mr. Speaker, and that caused the Ansari fish fry. And again, when I see in this Community Tourism Development Bill aspects of developing Ansari, developing the Ansari waterfall, Mr. Speaker, again, it pleases me, Mr. Speaker. But I remember, when we lost the elections in 2006, Mr. Speaker, there was a gentleman who was the Minister of Tourism who thought he was a guru. And the best thing he found to do was to stop the program of community enhancement through the tourism industry, Mr. Speaker. I remember we started the Nature Heritage Tourism Program, where we developed waterfalls and we developed beaches, and we changed the beach cleaning program to the National Conservation Authority that was in charge of cleaning the beaches, Mr. Speaker, the NCA. And again, that was done to cause the beaches, and I heard a member of the show talking about the cleaning beaches. We were in the business when we formed the NCA. We also had the hostesses program in Sufre, which as soon as it got into power, they changed. They canceled it, Mr. Speaker. The hostesses and the rangers. Again, I see these in aspects of that tourism development bill. So Mr. Speaker, when people talk about tourism and pretend, and I remember there was somebody who sat there, not a very tall guy, he said he was better than all the tourism ministers put together. No. He said, Mr. Speaker, that he was better than all the tourism ministers put together, Mr. Speaker. And God help me, and I've seen the day when he no longer sits there, Mr. Speaker. But you see, Mr. Speaker, I want to deal with a few aspects of the bill, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that I am very, very pleased. You see, in this business is a team sport, Mr. Speaker. And when one person scores, the entire team scores. And when this tourism development bill comes into being and it's successful, the entire country will benefit, Mr. Speaker, when it's successful. And I want to say to the Minister for Tourism that the proceeds from the CIP program through the National Economic Fund should be invested in aspects of the community tourism development, Mr. Speaker. Because when we amended the National Economic Fund Bill, it was for a reason, Mr. Speaker. It was for a reason, because I always say that if a country, if a government can control the consolidated fund, there ought to be no other fund that it should not have the control of, Mr. Speaker. And I make no apologies for that, because I think that the cabinet should be responsible enough to be able to use wisely the funds from wherever they come from the country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this act or this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I know that if and when it is implemented properly, the country as a whole will benefit, and the basic philosophical belief that the benefits of tourism must accrue to as many people as possible. A belief that tourism cannot be only for a few people in one part of the country. A belief that the tourism cannot mean that people only work as waiters and busboys. Nothing wrong in that, Mr. Speaker. And I remember when we made that point again, we were criticized when we said that tourism ought not to be only, it ought to be service and not servitude, Mr. Speaker. And that's a basic, and that's the difference between us and them. It's a philosophy that says people come first. It's a philosophy that says we must try to create wealth for our people, Mr. Speaker. It's a philosophy that says that you can benefit from an industry even though you were not born with a golden spoon, or even though your father did not have money. That's the difference, Mr. Speaker, and that's the difference. And this afternoon, we are going to pass the Agricultural Incentives Bill. So we're going to be putting the basic structure of the economy together to benefit the people of St. Lucia. I will not go into the details, Mr. Speaker, but I thought it was important that I spoke to the philosophical underpinnings of this bill, something that I believe in, Mr. Speaker. I believe that people must benefit, and I believe that the indigenous people of a country must be able to partake in the economic spoils of the country, in that case, the tourism industry. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I compliment all those involved. I compliment the Minister for Tourism, and I hope that this bill will, and I'm sure it will, and I will not go to speak about my constituency, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to remind the members here that there was once a restaurant in my constituency called the Naked Virgin. Remember that? You will know that, Mr. Speaker. And the meals there were of the quality of these meals, Mr. Speaker. And tourists used to come in, Mr. Speaker. I remember these things. And I also remember, Mr. Speaker, and again, when we developed the Derek Walcott House, again, to bring tourism to the people. When they came to the government, they stopped it. And that's what this country is paying for. It's paying for myopic behavior. It's paying for behavior that because I did not do it is wrong, Mr. Speaker. And that is where we are where we are today. So we came in and we found that they had started something called village tourism. Not started. They created a structure called village tourism. What did we do? We improved it. We not cast it aside. We didn't take it and throw it away and say the people who did that know nothing about it. What we did, we improved it, and we have a better bill, a better product, and St. Lucia will benefit from it, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you very much.
The member for Labrie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief contribution on the Community Tourism Development Bill, as this bill provides for the development of community tourism. But before I venture into this debate, Mr. Speaker, I want to join my parliamentary colleagues in wishing the women of my constituency, the women of St. Lucia, and of course the women of the world, a happy Women's Day. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was raised by my mother and other females in the Baptist family, and I know what it is to be a woman, very strong, and women, of course, are generally the real architects of society. I always had the protection of the women in my family. And there is a quote that I really love, and it's from an unknown writer. It says, "Every man needs a woman when his life is a mess. Because just like the game of chess, the queen protects the king," unquote. Mr. Speaker, I also like to profit the opportunity to join my colleagues in expressing our heartfelt sympathy to the family of Nathan Timet, and of course for a speedy recovery of Officer King. And certainly my prayers are with the family and the entire police force, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in returning to what seemed to be the essence of the moment, community tourism, which resonates very well with my constituents, Mr. Speaker. As in my constituency, we believe that the development of tourism must be in harmony with culture, values, and to the benefit of the constituents. It is the case, Mr. Speaker, that many tourists are looking to experience the culture, norms, and values of the people of this country. And we know that the product of sun, and sea has reached a mature phase. And you have a different type of tourists seeking for a real experience in a country. And St. Lucia for a long time paid lip service to that, but never really engaged in a sustained fashion. And today, as part of our recovery post-COVID, we are exploring the fascinating possibilities of community tourism, Mr. Speaker. This is also consistent with our government's view of putting people first in ensuring that they can benefit directly from the tourism sector. It also coincides with our view of spreading the benefits of the tourism industry and catering to tourists who are interested in ecotourism and learning more about the culture and values of the people. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I wish to revisit my many statements on community tourism, whether in opposition or in government. And finally, I can sense with all of my faculties that something good is about to come to the constituents and constituency of Labrie-Auger. When I was in opposition, our Prime Minister at the time and leader of the opposition spoke to bringing development
to every constituency in this country and look for what's applicable to each constituency in this country, as one size will never fit all. He said he's going to return the security interests of St. Lucians to center stage and the highest priority. To consider the economic and cost impact on St. Lucians business community in the development and finalization of new or amended policy changes. And 3, to take a pragmatic, practical, and proportional approach to development as it applies to different constituencies, sectors, having regard to their specific needs and regional policy. This third broad policy objective could be distilled into a comprehensive, coherent, and coordinated framework which could deliver progress for all constituents and, of course, constituencies. And this is why we are here today in this chamber, adding our voice to this very important bill, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I am confident that under this administration, with the Community Tourism Development Project, the next decade holds the possibility for us to find practical realization in critical projects that will advance the development of the various communities of this country. Mr. Speaker, I have always accentuated the aspect of consultation in the process, mobilizing communities to find solutions to respond to the challenges that tantalize us. And Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that, in line with the new prescripts of the new dispensation, new policies are going to be put in place to dramatically improve the quality of life of St. Lucians. In pursuing these objectives, St. Lucia will be challenged to find the appropriate balance between leadership and collective effort. For example, the Labrie-Auger constituency will be able to partner with the SLP in pursuing some key objectives over the next decade, which are: 1, to erect economic infrastructure along the Labrie Village beachfront to continue to stimulate demand for our brand of tourism. Right now, some persons who believe that we should just bulldoze all the wooden houses, the French Creole buildings in the community, and put concrete structures. But a number of visitors to our shores, a number of tourists actually come there because it's a quaint and beautiful village. And there is a very important product. We need to further fine-tune and develop that product. We have Airbnb where people come into the community, they want to relax, and it's a very different type of tourism in keeping with the rhythm of the constituency. We want nothing to disturb the rhythm of our lives. We develop our constituency for ourselves whilst creating interest in a progressive community. 2, to develop Majomel as the Upper Labrie Village to further complement our tourism product, not to mention the further development of the Mont-Leblanc lookout point as a significant tourist attraction. All of that around the constituency, Mr. Speaker. Majomel, we have some beautiful waterfalls, but we do not just want to showcase another waterfall. We are going to build a village leading to that waterfall. It is called the Upper Labrie Village. And we'll have a sample of each Creole building that we have in the constituency, that persons can go there and get a room and pay some good money to be in a natural setting. There will be organic farming only in the community of Majomel. And very soon, the road system will be improved significantly to facilitate the constituents in terms of riding on the highways and byways of community tourism. The lookout point, pregnant with history. We are going to develop those sites, Mr. Speaker. And the bottom line is to vest those sites in the Labrie Development Foundation so we can extract economic benefits from it. It will be under the umbrella of LEAP, Labrie Effort and Preservation. All of those projects shall be explored and pursued in consultation and collaboration with the Labrie Development Foundation. I have accentuated many times in this honorable house that a politician is just one of the actors in the drama of development. We have our part to play, and the people have their part to play. Government has its part to play. The private sector has a part to play. And we are going to distill all of those perspectives into a useful formula for change and development. My preliminary thoughts are that the revenue stream created as a result will be utilized in the following manner. And that's my preliminary thoughts. 20% for youth and sports development. So we are going to have those sites developing our community tourism product, vested in the Library Development Foundation, and irrespective of which party occupies the corridors of power, we are able to undertake very important aspects of our development. Too many times we have been encumbered by a United Workers' Party administration coming in. When Labour Party is in office, we advance the development of our constituency. From a government standpoint, the government plays its part. When UWP gets in, as if you can pay pour Laos du bout bouye a constituency la boui oje. But we are going to expedite the aspect of consolidation during this term under the leadership of the member for Castries East and Prime Minister, the Honorable PJP. I know they don't allow you to refer to a member by name. But like I said, Mr. Speaker, 20% for education-related expenditure, 20% for youth and sports development, 20% for cultural development, and library will be a place, as we develop it further, that the music will rise in the morning with the people of the People's Republic of Library. Already, it is a society with a soul. And any community or society without culture, it will lack a soul. And therefore, we are going to continue to fuel the cultural aspect of our community, because we do not want to compromise the immune system of development. And so we need to nourish it with positive injection so that we do not suffer from cultural malnutrition, Mr. Speaker. And consistent with what I have said, 10% for maintenance of the physical infrastructure, and notwithstanding the nexus and cooperation that are already in place for agricultural development between the Library Cooperative Credit Union, the Library Fishers Cooperative, and the Farmers Cooperative, Black Bay in particular, 10% will be allocated to agricultural development, given its critical role in sustainable agriculture, food security, and nutrition. The idea, Mr. Speaker, is to create a more positive nexus between the various organizations in the People's Republic of Library, the Library Development Foundation, the Library Employment and Economic Foundation, the Black Bay Farmers Corporation, the Library Fishers Cooperative, the Library Credit Union, the Library Youth and Sports Council, and all the organizations that form that strategic framework that fuels the development of the constituency of Library Auger. They will work under their respective mandates to accelerate the development of the Library Auger constituency, a place where patriotism, participation, pride, and purpose find expression. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, it is my view that this type of tourism will be of major benefit to the towns and villages in St. Lucia, and I am looking forward to the establishment of the Community Tourism Agency, and to ensure that my people from the constituency can benefit from the incentives to stimulate community tourism. We have seen, if we look into memory's eye, many packages for tourism, village tourism, and all sorts of tourism, and Library has been excluded. Pakusa. La Cheka Buitka Puidife Pakusa. We shall get our fair share from the national pie. We have put a lot of effort into the development of our constituency, and I know that the party of Sir George F.L. Charles of Bread, Justice and Freedom will deliver the bread, justice and freedom to the people of Labrie. It is only when the Labour Party is in office we experience any significant movement. But I know that our movement sometimes appear very slow to some for the many years of neglect. But I always say to my people, we must move forward together. That Canris Ancillary, we have our brothers and sisters there. And when there's a pilot project, we are not going to be jealous. We are going to wish them success and for them to recover within a year so that they'll make space for my constituency to benefit even more in terms of the way forward. As a small island developing state, we must increasingly ensure that our development is balanced, inclusive, reduces poverty and unemployment, and sustainable, in that it does not degrade the environment. So in all what we do, Mr. Speaker, we must pay due attention to the environment. And community tourism will give many communities in this country the opportunity to have people who believe that they're on the block with nothing to do, an opportunity to participate in the national economy. Because government cannot find a job for everybody who would leave school. The private sector will not find a job for every St. Lucian who would leave school at this time. And therefore, we are going to cultivate entrepreneurial culture. And one of the major tools would be community tourism. The more people who are employed, the less people who are poor in this country, we have a greater pool of persons making an effective demand for goods and services in our country, and our economy will grow and recover faster in the post-COVID-19 environment. We want to ensure that the tourists can live in harmony with our people and ensure that our environment remains pristine, Mr. Speaker. We are not about building islands, Mr. Speaker, and creating untold environmental damage to our communities. It is important that the Community Tourism Agency provides the necessary technical and financial support to prospective citizens who would like to cater to tourists in various spheres of activities. Many of the citizens would need assistance in developing the business concepts and may not have the financial resources to invest in the business. They would therefore need, Mr. Speaker, support in developing viable and bankable business proposals which can be presented to financial institutions. The Community Development Agency will also provide support in marketing the tourism products that constituents will develop. This will include the development of websites and other marketing strategies, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want you to see the connection between the youth economy and where we are taking community tourism. It is my view, Mr. Speaker, that we need to create and generate more employment in the communities to prevent the rural-urban migration drift that has been prevalent more recently with the contraction in the agriculture sector over the last 2 to 3 decades. So, Mr. Speaker, the banana shock is still being felt in this country. And a number of persons who became dislocated laborers under the banana fields have not found solace in any real opportunities. And I have said before, given the impact of the sargassum seaweed on the East Coast, we can see it at Poile, going Miku North in particular, that we can organize a special program to clean up that area consistent with providing a decent environment for our visitors to enjoy the product that we have. And as I prepare to close, Mr. Speaker, there are also benefits that local prospective investors in community tourism can enjoy, like tax concessions, which would be of tremendous benefit to the constituents. I am therefore looking forward to this important initiative, Mr. Speaker, and give my full support to the Community Tourism Development Bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield the floor.
The member for Vieux-Fort North.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to spend a few minutes to join my colleagues. First of all, to commend the Member of Parliament for Castries South for introducing this Community Tourism Development Bill. I think this is historic, Mr. Speaker, as it provides an opportunity for our communities to benefit from tourism and from the proceeds of tourism. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this bill because the constituency of Vieux-Fort North stands to benefit tremendously from this bill, or from the products which will come out of this act. Community tourism, Mr. Speaker, as described by this bill, means the brand or trademark created by the agency that is attributed to a community tourism product. I also want to speak to what community tourism product means. And I want to go this route, Mr. Speaker, to repeat some of what the member for Castries South said in order to develop my rationale for supporting this bill as the Member of Parliament for Vieux-Fort North. A community tourism project means the provision of accommodation, the construction of a bar, a recreational facility, a restaurant or other food establishment, a tourism accommodation. It also includes, Mr. Speaker, the refurbishment or renovation of an existing bar, an existing recreational facility, an existing restaurant or other food establishment, or an existing tourism accommodation. You can see where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker. For in the constituency of Vieux-Fort North, we have some of the cleanest and most diverse refreshment areas. And if you think of the opportunities, when you approach canals going into Opicon, in Pierrot you go to Grace, Vigier, you go back to Savans Bay, Bellevue, all of the Pierrot areas. All of these areas have wonderful refreshment services, and each of these services easily employs at least 3 individuals.
And we have individuals who come from far in the Opico area, and so many of these establishments can refurbish, écoutez-moi bien, ou sa manger bar ou bien restaurant tout, en bas axe là ou ka jwen support. So Mr. Speaker, it's very exciting. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to the functions of the agency. And I'm very pleased to note that one of the functions, under functions of the agency 4, it includes F, to collaborate with a constituency council to encourage and facilitate the establishment and enhancement of public amenities, public facilities, and community services to support community tourism. This is very important. So, Mr. Speaker, a constituency council, the Vieux-Fort North Constituency Council, under the chairmanship of Comrade Lincoln Francis, can look to refurbishing facilities, enhancing public facilities in preparation for the advancement and the expansion of community tourism. Mr. Speaker, it's a unique opportunity to build capacity in the communities. It's a unique opportunity for constituency councils to partner with the tourism authority and with the agency in order to ensure that not only you are preparing for tourists and to make money and to gain income, but to build capacity to ensure that our own people benefit from the improvement in facilities and the enhancement of public facilities. And it gives us an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, another area from which we can derive benefits. There are over 400 households in the constituency of Vieux-Fort North, Mr. Speaker. And you can well imagine if at least one or two individuals from each of our households can get connected to these tourism activities, how it can benefit a constituency like Vieux-Fort North. And you have heard it before, Mr. Speaker, the dreams of the people of Vieux-Fort North are really to keep our community as green as possible, as fresh as possible. When you drive through the constituency of Vieux-Fort North, our hills are almost virgin forests. And we have we are blessed, Mr. Speaker, in that we still have a large quantity of groundwater, fresh groundwater, and you travel throughout the constituency with waterfalls, as other members have said before, and already we have some products, though they are still being developed. We have some tours to the waterfalls in Bellevue and along the rivers of Grace. There are already activities that are taking place in the constituency which will benefit from this act. So I urge comrades to support, honorable members to support this bill. The efficient income generating or economic centers in the constituency will benefit. Can you imagine what will happen with our CMOS farmers, as the member for Miku North indicated? We have a very well-developed CMOS farming sector, subsector in the constituency of Vieux-Fort North. The Opico CMOS farmers and the products that they have developed. We have individuals in our constituency who have developed some of the best CMOS processing which you can find. And you can well imagine how this can tie into this community tourism when they get the support and even more training. I need not tell you, Mr. Speaker, about our expertise in relation to theater and heritage products, acting, music, dance, and so on. I can well imagine in the community of VSL, where the people up there are very talented, and just on their own, they put up wonderful productions. You can imagine what can happen. Our community of East Indians in the constituency of Vieux-Fort North, Kako, the VJ area. You can think of the wonderful dishes, and a whole gastronomy experience can be developed. And already these people have started in their own little way to invite people to the community to experience the Kako Seventh-day Adventist Church. Every year there is this wonderful event where East Indian gastronomy can be experienced, and the whole business of food and how we eat and how we prepare food, as long as it's done safely and our people are trained, that's a whole other aspect of tourism which we have to develop. And while we speak of our own dishes, dombwe and kokoti and so on, and we enjoy it in our communities, these areas can be developed and our people can get income from it. So I support this. I wish to encourage, Mr. Speaker, the people of Vieux-Fort North. There are many people in Vieux-Fort North who can build, as we say colloquially, downstairs their houses. And there are many individuals who can add a room or 2 rooms or 3 rooms to their houses. I think of all the wonderful views, not only overlooking Savans Bay, I think of Grace and Kako, and I think of Babu and so on. And when you are in these places, majestic views. Or you see the constituency of Choiseul and Soufrière from Vieux-Fort North. So I can well imagine somebody in Vieux-Fort North, or a few people in these areas, building 2 or 3 rooms and getting into the Airbnb. And so just imagine at any one time you have 200-300 tourists or visitors in the constituency of Vieux-Fort North, going around the community, enjoying the farms and so on. This is a wonderful opportunity and to help us build on what we already have. But Mr. Speaker, there are other areas. There are areas our people are very good in relation to our cultural assets, medicines and so on, and the whole area of liberalizing the marijuana industry. We have promised, Mr. Speaker, that we will be the best producers of cannabis oil in Vieux-Fort North. And can you imagine, with support, after we have piloted the bill in Parliament, can you imagine industries? And this is another area which has tremendous potential for tourism. Cannabis oil and all of these essential oils, incense, and so on, byproducts of cannabis, byproducts of essential oils. There are so many things we can do. So it is not simply the sites, as the member for Castries South said. It's not only the sites, it's the baths and it's the soaps, as the member for Castries East said. It's how do we develop our own creams out of what we have in the constituency. So there is a lot that can be done with this opportunity. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say one thing. While we are speaking about tourism, and this will help us and develop our communities, it's also very important for us to focus on how that kind of support can develop social skills in our communities, that can develop social capital. How do we develop our people so that we are not only training them to develop products for tourists, but also training them to transfer skills, so that if we have any shocks in tourism, that they can transfer these skills into other areas. They can quickly transfer these skills to information communication technology and continue to develop and continue to grow. So I see it as a vehicle for development, not an end in itself. So that our people can get training, musicians can be developed, that they are not just staying there, they can move on to something else. People who are developing baths and creams and so on can now move into exports and that kind of thing. So I see this as a wonderful opportunity for our community. Je veux dire, Mr. Speaker, que bilan nous ka parler à aujourd'hui, c'est un bill qui a bail support pour tout gens Vieux-Fort North qui a développé business, avec qui a développé produits pour touristes. C'est pas manger seulement, avec c'est pas à côté touristes qui aller ouais commune seulement. Là il y a chaque fois monde qui s'ajoute aider. C'est monde qui j'allais restaurant Mr. Speaker. Et nous y a chaque restaurant avec bar Vieux-Fort North, commune ça a fait un chaque bon manger. Là il place que c'est là yo qui a fait plus belle bec et la oui di fort ba le vendre du c'est monde comme ça
ça joindre aider pour touristes venir avec espérance, ça nous a fait une commune. Et toute commune cette ici, ça joindre quartier assistance ça là. Moi aussi dit monsieur speaker qui l'année moun qui ni kay avec ces kay ça là yo ça bâti en bas ces kay là. Avec gouvernement qui a aidé avec bill ça là aider ces moun pour bâtir kay là, yo kay prend loan aussi avec l'année adam moun qui kay joindre aider directement pour touristes venir wéter en commune Vieux-Fort-Nord. Et aller à ça yo ka créer Airbnb. So l'année chaque différent manière qui nous a joindre aider, c'est musiciens, c'est pêcheurs, c'est moun qui a fait simos. Et moun qui a mené moun à se la rivière en Vieux-Fort-Nord. Moun qui a fait tout. Et moun qui veut instrument pour yo venir en quartier activité ça là. Moun qui a fait musique, moun qui a fait théâtre, l'année opportunité gouvernement ça là ka ban nous pour nous ça faire l'argent avec pour nous ça joindre opportunity as affaire tourism. Because I'm a supporter bill salam, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the benefits which will accrue to the people of Vieux-Fort-Nord. I know that we have a pilot phase at this stage, but I can assure this parliament, I can assure the Minister for Tourism that there are several initiatives in Vieux-Fort-Nord, initiatives which have started, and all these people need is some help, some training, some assistance, so we are ready to go also. In fact, there are 2 locations where we want to build some open stages for theater productions and so on, that kind of thing. We already have organizing with the CMOS farmers, and they want to do a tour, okay, going up Kako, you know, the hill and so on, so people can taste different kinds of CMOS. So we have started. Ça pas bagay qui neuf, mais nous kay assurer qui nous joignent support pour plus moun benefit. Sports is another big thing. We have some of the best sports people. I am sure sports tourism can also tie into that. Tourists want to come down and play a football match against some of the best football players for half an hour and have a good time afterwards. Tout bagay comme ça nous ça fait. So, merci Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this bill on behalf of my people. Thank you.
Minister for Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is not much for me to say at this point except probably to respond to a couple of points made. I think the member from Soufrière, Foster Jacques, made reference to security, and I think it's a very critical point, Mr. Speaker. We have to engage in a proper public education drive, Mr. Speaker, because we need to prepare the communities, as I said earlier, to welcome visitors to their living space. We need to educate our people as to the potentials that is offered under the community tourism program. We need to prepare them to welcome individuals. We are very natural in our hospitality and our warmth, but we speak in a context where the benefits of tourism have not really accrued across communities and across different groups of individuals, and we do sense some resentment at times, and it's something that we need to work on. I think the reference was made at some point about whether or not the properties would have to be registered, and I think a reference was made to comments in another debate where I had opposed the approach used by the previous government. Of course, we expect, as I pointed out, that the accommodation would pay the tourism levy and that we will do it differently. The approach used in the past will be totally different to how we approach it this time. I want to thank all my colleagues for the support for the bill, and certainly, Mr. Speaker, we're going to look forward to implementation as quickly as possible. I must, Mr. Speaker, express my thanks and appreciation to the ministry, the permanent secretary, and the other technical staff that have worked so hard to bring this to where it is now. Of course, you can understand with change of government, they sometimes have to start all over again. They have to understand the new concepts, the new philosophies, and I think they've been very, very accommodating and understanding of where we want to go with community tourism, and have worked very hard to make sure we reach this stage. We had said we wanted to ensure that the bill is passed before the end of the legislative year, so that we can certainly from April get started with deliberate haste. So I want to thank the PS who is here today, and the staff of the ministry for all the hard work that they have done, for the entire group of stakeholders who have been consulted on the bill and have shared their thoughts, their ideas, their comments. I want to thank them for their contribution. We have already 2 staff members working to ensure the institutional framework is in place, and I want to also thank them for the work that they have done. We are very anxious to get started and to show that this community tourism program can help in the transformation of our country and the empowerment of our people. So in those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the Community Tourism Development Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. As many are of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to establish the Community Tourism Agency and to provide for the proposal for a partnership agreement, tax relief, registration and monitoring of an approved partnership business and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Part 1, clauses 3 to 44.
Administration.
Clause 5, 2B, change 80 to 79.
5 2B. Any other? That's it. Part 1, clauses 3 to 44 as amended, stands part of the bill. Aye. Part 2, clauses 45 to 62.
Partnership agreement.
Part 2, clauses 45 to 62 stands part of the bill. Aye. Part 3, clauses 63 to 78.
Tax relief, registration and monitoring of an approved partnership business.
Part 3, clauses 63 to 78 stands part of the bill. Part 4, clauses 79 to 82.
Miscellaneous.
Part 4, clauses 79 to 82 stands part of the bill. Schedule 1.
Section 2, list of taxes.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill. Schedule 2.
Section 36, oath or affirmation of secrecy.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. And I'll put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Community Tourism Development Bill went through committee stages with amendment to Part 1. Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and pass.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Community Tourism Development Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Community Tourism Development Act 2022.
Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Agriculture and Fisheries Incentives Amendment.
Agriculture and Fisheries Incentive Amendment.
Minister for Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order Number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. And now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Proceed, Minister.
Can I get the... That's my turn, you know.
That's right.
I have to read that. You see that? Mr. Speaker, I am very excited and happy to be presenting a very important bill or amendment on behalf of the fishers and farmers of this country. But before I move further, Mr. Speaker, I deliberately did not, when I previously spoke, to thank all the women of St. Lucia and particularly the women of Dennery South. And I want to say and wish them a happy International Women's Day. I also want to take time to express sympathies to the Timet family for the loss of the loved one, and to also say the same for his colleagues at the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Mr. Speaker, the 2014 Agricultural and Fisheries Incentive Act, at the time of preparation, seem to have provided a well-designed framework for the provision of services to our stakeholders. However, after extended use from then to now, we at the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development have observed a number of deficiencies and inefficiencies which has led to the revision of the document, and these amendments are significant enough to the welfare of the fishers and farmers to warrant this sitting. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the practice has been to send all applications to Cabinet regardless of the nature, cost, and trivial nature of the incentives being applied for. These apply an undue and unnecessary burden on the Cabinet to deal with routine and mundane matters, and therefore erodes the time that should be allocated to strategic governance matters. By way of example, I speak of instances of application for an extension of time on an approved concession or approval for a change in type of motor vehicle. Mr. Speaker, it has been further observed that there exists administrative inefficiencies that cause inordinate delays in the approval of the concessions in some instances. The result is the frustration of the applicant and a deterioration in the relationship with the ministry. As a result of this delayed approval, the ministry also seeks from SLASPA a waiver on rental charges for some clients as the items have been imported but were awaiting concessions approval prior to customs clearance. So the breakdown in the relationship with the client is now compounded with the loss of revenue by the government. Mr. Speaker, on many occasions, we've seen farmers and fishers and other persons in the agricultural sector seek approval for incentives for a motor vehicle, and in most cases, by the time they receive approval for incentives for a period of time, the vehicle may not be available, or the vehicle type may not be available, and the Minister for Agriculture has to burden the Cabinet to seek further approval for extensions or renewals or change of vehicle type. This has been causing serious pressure on our farmers, our fishers, who may have been contemplating getting approvals at a much faster rate, not knowing in some cases that a vehicle may not be available, and has to always come to the ministry for assistance of that nature. It is also noticed that the current Act was also deficient in the scope of incentives that could be applied for. Therefore, such areas as CMOS production, hydroponics, and forestry supplies were not included, although they were being promoted by the ministry. So in the 2014 Act, Mr. Speaker, CMOS was probably not of the level of importance that it is now. And as we all know, this industry is growing very rapidly, but at the time of the 2014 Act, there was no inclusion to give support to the CMOS farmers in terms of agricultural incentives. We've also realized that forestry supplies was left out. So the persons who are into the chainsaw business in terms of timber conversion were not benefited. the persons who are involved in the production of l'encens, what we call the incense, were not involved. And all those were considered and they were brought in or added in the new amendment. It is our intention, Mr. Speaker, with these amendments to provide a swifter approval process, better customer experience, reduce costs to farmers and fishers, improve relations with our stakeholders, improve the framework for incentives, and ultimately enhance food production and security in St. Lucia. The Act is amended in the bill to use phrases such as fisheries product rather than fish product in the original Act, agricultural and fisheries project as opposed to agricultural project, and agricultural and fisheries inputs rather than agricultural inputs. In relation to the consideration of applications, the bill amends the Act to allow the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Production and Rural Development to consider and approve applications for incentives that are $100 or more, $100 or more than or less than $20,000. And Mr. Speaker, that is within his purview as the permanent secretary. And also for change of a commercial motor vehicle or renewal and extension of time to import those items. So what the amendment is actually saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture now can now approve incentives starting from $100 up to a maximum of $20,000. Mr. Speaker, adjustments are also made to the Act in the bill as it relates to the Agriculture and Fisheries Committee already established under the Act. Therefore, a delegate of the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture may be appointed as well as alternates for the other members of the committee. The persons appointed by the minister have experience or must have experience in various areas including fisheries, agriculture, and natural resources, and the secretary of the committee must be a public officer. The functions of the committee have been modified to include the consideration of applications for change of a commercial motor vehicle, renewal of extension of time to import items that have incentives that exceeds $20,000 but are less than $100,000. So we are saying, Mr. Speaker, that the committee that is established within the ministry has the power to approve incentives commencing from $20,000 to $100,000. Additionally, it is the responsibility of the committee to make certain that the criteria for eligibility is met for applications for incentives exceeding $100,000 or applications regarding commercial motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, new provisions are added to the Act in the bill in relation to the committee. Consequently, the bill amends the Act to insert provisions respecting the term of appointment of the committee, resignation of a committee member, revocation of appointments by the minister, vacancy of office, meetings of the committee, declaration of interest, and abstention from voting. Cabinet is provided, Mr. Speaker, with the authority to consider applications for incentives in excess of $100,000 for change of a commercial motor vehicle, renewal of extension of time to import items as a result of the amendment in the bill. Mr. Speaker, an agricultural and fisheries project has been expanded under the Act as amended by the bill to include greenhouses, CMOS supplies, hydroponics, Mr. Speaker. And as I mentioned earlier, we can see a rapid CMOS industry developing in St. Lucia, and you will realize that they need quite a bit of equipment, twine, rope, other materials that the CMOS producers would require incentives for. Another new area, as I mentioned, is hydroponics. And this is a facility of growing plants in water. And so you have various equipments that those persons rely on. And so the amendment takes care of those pieces of equipment. There was also, in the previous act, the term commercial vehicle. And so a lot of farmers were thinking that it would have been a 4x4 pickup. It may be a refrigerated truck. But in this amendment, it clearly states that the type of vehicle would be one, a single and double cab closed panel van, single and double cab pickup vans, refrigerated trucks, and dump trucks, 4 tons and less. Mr. Speaker, our farmers and fishers are going through a very rough period, especially with regards to the high cost of inputs. And this is not just a St. Lucia problem, it is a global problem. Farmers, every time I visit the farmers and have meetings with them, there is a big call for assistance from government for support to purchase fertilizers and other farm inputs. And I know this amendment will surely be of great support for the farmers in terms of reducing the cost of production. And in saying that, Mr. Speaker, I want to just indicate to this Honorable House the benefits of the concession to our farmers and fishers. The incentives, Mr. Speaker, to our farmers and fishers will greatly increase production of food in this country. It will help to improve product quality to meet the market requirements. Our farmers and fishers will see a reduction in cost of transportation, a reduction in the cost of production, because our farmers and fishers, especially our farmers, Mr. Speaker, I've always been saying to them, they should not see farming as a hobby, but they should see farming as a business. As the Minister for Agriculture, I want to see our farmers making a profit from agriculture. And so reducing the cost of production will greatly contribute to them making a much bigger profit from their activity. The amendment will also encourage a swifter approval process. As I said, it would not burden Cabinet every time having to discuss approvals that can be dealt with at the ministry level. It will also improve the framework for provision of incentives to our farmers and fishers. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, it will improve relations with our stakeholders, and it will reduce the processing time for our application approvals. Mr. Speaker, I wish I had the time to say a little more, but I'm just watching the clock. It's 8:15, and I want to present this amendment bill to this Honorable House for the consideration of members of Parliament. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Agriculture and Fisheries Incentives Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Agriculture and Fisheries Incentives Act, Cap 7.18.
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
You're only looking in one direction.
I didn't see the member for Viewwood South, but we have to put this to the vote just for the record, because the question has been put. We have to put it to the record.
That was on before, Mr. Speaker.
So, members, the rules do state that once the question is put, the debate is over. But the rules do allow for a suspension of that rule. And now put the question that we do suspend the rule to allow the member for Viewfort South to make a contribution. And now put the question, as many of those in favor, as many of a contrary opinion, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Please proceed, member for Viewfort South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll make more noise on this side so you can see me more clearly, Mr. Speaker, so that I can attract your attention. Mr. Speaker, I would repeat that. Mr. Speaker, I have to confess that I'm looking at the set of amendments in this bill through the eyes of my constituents, particularly the eyes of the fisher folk in the south of the island. Let me emphasize that I think there are very commendable aspects to these amendments, particularly in respect of the new definitions. I mean, fisheries product, for example, Mr. Speaker. The effort to cater to those who are in horticulture, hydroponics, production of timber, etc. I think all of that is to be welcomed. And I think all of that is very helpful. I particularly applaud to the effort to minimize the delay in decision making. I think that too is a step in the right direction, although I will come back to that because I do think sometimes ministries and departments create unnecessary bureaucracy that can be most frustrating. That having been said, Mr. Speaker, I have a fundamental problem with the definition of, with clause 4 of the bill seeking to set criteria for persons who may apply for incentives for commercial vehicles. Mr. Speaker, in the original draft of this legislation, there were serious doubts that fishers qualified for incentives under the original act, despite the nomenclature of the act. And I do recall when that legislation was enacted, and to his credit, it was pushed heavily by the former Minister of Agriculture, the member for Viewfort North. And I recall the insistence that the legislation also caters for fisher folk, for fishers. But the unfortunate thing is that in its administration and implementation, there were officials at the Ministry of Agriculture who thought that the legislation only applied to farmers and who in fact only encouraged incentives for farmers and not to fishers. And that, I think, points to a problem that we have, that the very staff who are implementing legislation do not take the time to study and understand the legislation that they're supposed to be implementing or administering. And I hope that the current Minister of Agriculture will take some time with his staff to go through the legislation and explain the requirements of the legislation and how members of staff could assist those who apply to obtain the benefits of the legislation. The question that I ask myself is whether an aspiring fisher from Beaufort South can ever get the benefit of incentives for a commercial vehicle to assist him with his trade. And I have difficulty under the formula that is being proposed here, and I did raise it with the minister, with a member for Dennery South a few moments ago, and he gave me an answer which I thought provided me with the ammunition to explain why I have difficulty with the proposed clause. This is what the clause says, Mr. Speaker. A person shall not request an incentive for a commercial motor vehicle if the incentive exceeds his or her annual income. Then it goes on to say, unless there is proof provided by the business plan or financial records submitted. So the fisher in Beaufort, whether he's involved in retailing wholesale or he's engaged in the fishing business, he has to have a business plan, he has to have financial records, and then he has to show proof that he's going to improve on the efficiency of production, and he must show proof that he is going to make more money, make more profits after he's done all of these investments. This is what it says. A person shall not request an incentive for a commercial motor vehicle if the incentive exceeds his or her annual income, unless there is proof provided by the business plan or financial record submitted of improving efficiency of production and increasing profits through technology of enhanced product. It's lucidly clear. So it means that in effect, the ordinary fisher is going to be excluded. The fisher who engages in retailing of fish to the hotels and elsewhere, now that the fisheries complexes have closed and excluded them, they are going to suffer because they don't operate by these disciplines. I take the members' logic that yes, we need to insist that they run a business and teach them how to operate a business. I have no difficulty with that. I think the logic is very sound. But in effect, what you are doing is to really exclude these people who need the incentive from the very incentive. The reality is that government now is transforming itself into a bank and is behaving like a bank because it is evaluating the suitability for an incentive like a bank. This is what banks do. No government should be involved in doing this kind of thing to determine whether somebody gets incentives or not. I mean, you can forget this. I mean, the people in Beaufort, the fishermen in Beaufort, nobody's going to take this, go to apply for any incentive. The only persons who are going to apply for incentives are, in fact, those who are already well endowed, those who have several vessels, those who have decided to take a different turn with fishing, and I don't know how many you can count on your fingertips in any event. I really think that this is unfortunate. I mean, very, very unfortunate. And if I am concerned about it, it's because I can see the immediate exclusion of my fisher folk in the south. Because they're not going to be able to access this. And look at the definition as the member for Dennery South pointed out. Commercial motor vehicle includes a single and double cab closed panel van, a single and double cab pickup van, a refrigerated truck, a dump truck weighing 4 tons or less. And we ask Why is it that these people go up and down selling fish now from every nook and cranny, from battered-looking vans? Battered vans that they can buy for $10,000, $15,000, always breaking down all over the place. And then, in effect, what we are doing is to deny them the opportunity to get proper vehicles. No. Mr. Speaker, I have really great difficulty with this. And I agree with the thrust of the legislation to try and see if we can begin to look at the whole question of repackaging fish, exporting fish, etc. And I have to commend the people of the cooperative in Sozel, for example, because I notice of late they have now been packaging fish really in very attractive packages for retailing in the stores. We, unfortunately, have had opportunities go by the wayside. St. Vincent is now in the business of exporting fish. Grenada is now also in the business of exporting fish. But because of our failure to organize our fishing sector over the years, we are now paying a heavy price. I don't think the way this is being approached by this definition here is allowing for that to happen, despite the broader intent of the legislation to ensure that we move in that specific direction. For that purpose, Mr. Speaker, I really urge that we look at this definition, and I accept to attempt to do so this afternoon in the committee stages is going to be very difficult. It seems to me that when these things happen, we have an opportunity in the Senate that consideration can be given to re-examining this here, and in the Senate an amendment effected to allow greater clarity and to allow greater opportunity of access, and then let that amendment come back to the House. Maybe that might be the better approach. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, that I want to draw to the attention of the member for Denver South, and he was on the ball. He spoke of administrative inefficiencies, and he spoke of administrative difficulties and delays. Clause 6 says, it is introducing a new amendment, 5A. The permanent secretary of the ministry shall consider applications for agricultural fisheries incentives that are $100 or more, not exceeding $25,000. 20,000, sorry. Change of a commercial motor vehicle, renewal of incentives for a commercial motor vehicle, extension of time to import an item. All well and good. The problem, however, is this, and it is high time civil servants understand that they have no authority to pass judgment on people's application, no matter what they believe or suspect about the individuals who make applications. A fisherman or fisher lady in Beaufort South who is asked to submit his or her application to the fisheries officials in the South should not suffer because fisheries officials do not submit the applications to the permanent secretary in the ministry to deal with. There is no statutory authority for a civil servant to decide who gets an incentive or not get an incentive. It cannot be right that the application is kept down in the South because they may hold certain views about the applicant. That's not for them to decide. The moment you see the application comes in, it should be sent in any event. No application should be submitted through any fisheries official to the permanent secretary of the ministry. It ought to go directly, and I hope matters like that can be corrected to avoid this kind of situation that I am aware of and has occurred and has developed. Because too much authority is ceded to line individuals who do not understand the legislation they administer. That having been said, Mr. Speaker, there's also the wider issue of the fisheries complexes, because whether the intentions of this bill is realized or whether the various amendments made to the legislation can bear the fruit that is intended depends on what will happen to the fisheries complex in the south of the island. Mr. Speaker, I'll have an opportunity when the budget comes to talk at length over the fisheries complex in the south, but I'll just say this now. The status of the fisheries complex in Beaufort must be settled and settled quickly. The physical facilities are deteriorating, and deteriorating at a very rapid rate. It seems to me that whatever agreement that existed between the former government and Ocean Blue needs to be resolved and resolved quickly. I don't have any difficulty if there's negotiation and Ocean Blue is allowed to continue in the north where it is over at Point Seraphin. Let it stay there. But Ocean Blue cannot be allowed to operate the fisheries complex in the south. If the government is of the opinion that it does not want to get back in the administration of the fisheries complex, which I fully understand given the history, but that it ought to be passed on to private sector operators, then the best way is to begin to do that immediately and allow bidders to apply. But we cannot continue a situation where the management of the complex is deteriorating. Fishermen cannot get the services they require. And as I said, I certainly agree, Mr. Speaker, certainly have no difficulty if a management team is awarded the management of the complex in association with whoever utilizes the services of the complex. I have no difficulty with that, if that is the route that the government wishes to take. But we cannot continue to allow the dispossession of the fishes in the south remain as it is. Whether we like it or not, Beaufort is the premier fishing port in this country. The most fishermen are from Beaufort. Beaufort provides or supplies the greatest tonnage of fish to the rest of the island. Yes, Denry supplies fish, Micoud supply fish through fresh supply, but the amount of fish they supply does not compare to what Beaufort supplies. We survive off the industry. And for that reason, I'm just giving notice that I really hope this matter is resolved quickly. If we have to put it out to tender, let us do so and do it quickly. But that situation cannot continue to deteriorate. It is seriously affecting the livelihoods of fishers from the south. So, Mr. Speaker, I understand if, of course, an amendment could not be done now to this, that we might have to live with this, but I hope consideration could be given at least that there is an amendment in the Senate that can come back to us and rectify this matter. Because what we are doing is that we are excluding the people who most need the incentive because we don't realize the importance of transport to them. That cannot be right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Social Southwest. Member of Beaufort South, can you just turn off your mic? Member for Beaufort South, your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm actually quite elated that this bill has been advanced today, considering that the process had started under the previous administration, because I remember when several FAR applications would come, we kept telling the minister, why can't these things be handled by your ministry? And I know that there was it was work in process. I do, however, note that the approval to the permanent secretary has gone back to $20,000, which was what it was prior to the amendments when the member for Beaufort North had brought it in, because we had recommended $50,000. Because as I take it, the $20,000 means that the change of a commercial motor vehicle for PS would be within the range of $20,000. And I mean, as the member for Beaufort South said, that is why you find some of the fishermen have some really deplorable vehicles and sanitary vehicles selling the fish or plying the trade, because to get a suitable vehicle for $20,000 is a very difficult aspect. I concur with the issue of the fishermen providing various records, because it reminds me in a previous life, when a fisherman would have come to me seeking assistance, they want to change an engine from a 40 to a 75, and you're asking them for records, and they're telling you, mais Dieu aussi, mais je n'ai 75, n'a fait plus l'argent. And you had to depend a lot on local knowledge and go and, and see their business. So it was not something that, the fishermen could have provided. I note under section clause 7, section 1A, with regard to the alternates, member for Dennery South, the committee that used to be in place, I believe, was strictly a committee made up of ministry officials at the time. It seemed to be that there's some expansion now in place, and I noticed the addition of law, marketing, finance, and accounts. And I'm not sure the relevance of these 4 fields, particularly when you consider the preliminary findings have been done by either extension officers already, and you're now saying that you'd want to put somebody, from marketing or finance or accounts on your committee to determine whether or not somebody should get approval for FAR concessions. I'm not sure the rationale for that. Under 8E, under 8E, 1, the committee shall meet at such times as may be necessary or expedient for the transaction of the business of the committee. I find that very open-ended, and whether we could have the committee shall meet once a week or once a fortnight, but to have it very open-ended as when necessary is very open-ended, and I thought more specificity should be in place for that. There's also, with regards to the scope of the committee, there was no indication as to the number of committee members, and also whether that committee was going to be a paid committee. That I thought clarification would have been required on that. And one more thing in closing, and that's just something I think that could work well for your serving as a minister and also for the country. Sometime very recently, I spoke to a farmer engaged in rabbit rearing, and he said to me, when he brings in his feed, while you talk about diversification and everything, but customs consider rabbit as a pet, and therefore they have to pay full duties. So while poultry, goats and other things are considered livestock, and I think it's something that we should look into, particularly with the thrust to diversify, that we should give consideration to rabbit farmers also getting some duty concession. But apart from that, I do support the intent of the bill. I think it's the timing is very good considering the last time any amendments were made on that bill. Thank you.
Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to all the comments made with regards to the bill, the amendment bill, sorry, and I must say I agree with most of the concerns raised, especially by the member for Beaufort South. One of the things that caught my attention when I raised the issue of the fishers was that the fishers were supposed to be selling fish directly to the Lucian Blue Ocean. And of late we've been receiving requests from a number of fishers for application for vehicles, and the basic explanation or reason or justification is that they need a vehicle to sell the fish. And we had within our ministry a big discussion with regards to that. And we were thinking it may be best to give that level of support to a fisher who probably has a fishing business. The fisherman may be involved in supply of fish to a particular hotel on a regular basis. The fisherman may be involved in storing his fish for a period of time to retail to the various communities in the various communities. And so we were not of the view that giving incentives to every fisher would apply for a vehicle on the basis that I would need a vehicle to sell fish, because that would be the basic justification from them. And I've heard it before. They've approached me. When you ask what is the justification for a vehicle, that I needed to sell fish. Now we must, while I agree with providing incentives to the fishers, but we must also understand it's a big cost to the country, and I'm not saying that in any way to indicate that the fishermen are not qualified.
They give it to doctors.
But we are at this juncture where we will have to discuss it at the level of the ministry and to take a decision in terms of how we can accommodate the fishers in terms of providing them with the benefits of the incentives. But Mr. Speaker, I must say it was interesting hearing from the member for Vivo South. Obviously, he's from a constituency where you have a lot of fishers. And I also agree with him with regards to the deteriorating nature of the complex in Vivo South. And I am also concerned with the complex in Dennery South. It's deteriorating very rapidly. And in this coming budget, an amount of $1.1 million has been approved for repairs to those facilities. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say how happy I am to have presented this bill for the first time since I became the minister, and to thank the ministry staff for the hard work in terms of getting this bill to be passed in the Parliament or in this honorable house, and to thank the Cabinet, the AG's office, my permanent secretary, and all those stakeholders who were consulted in making this happen today. Mr. Speaker, I hope we can get some time to, as soon as possible, to discuss the concerns raised, and at a later time we will come back to deal with the concerns that were raised with regards to the amendment bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Agriculture and Fisheries Incentives Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Agriculture and Fisheries Incentive Act, Cap 7.18.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 3.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 4.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Insertion of new section 5A.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Amendment of section 7.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Amendment of section 8.
Mr. Minister, you 8E6 and 8E8. E6 read literally would allow both the chairperson and the deputy chairperson to either both have a casting vote or to decide who has that casting vote. Well, that's not what that says. 8E6. Pardon? It doesn't say that. If you read that literally, it almost gives them the right to decide who has that casting vote if they are both present. Pardon? 8E6. Well, 86, sorry, is the quorum. Right, 86. But if you look at 86, we're talking about a quorum, but it says chairperson, deputy chairperson, and a quorum of 2. So the words "and a quorum of 2" should be expunged and replaced by the presence of the chairperson or deputy person and at least two other members. I can't propose the amendment. No, I can't propose it. A minimum of 3 years. Yeah. I don't know. Yes. And
Mr. Chairman? So 8.6 should read: a meeting of the committee is constituted if at the meeting there is the presence of the chairperson or deputy chairperson and at least 2 other members participating in the meeting.
you got that clerk there? Okay. And 8E8 then, Mr. If you look at the reading of 8E8 literally, it gives, if they are both present, it doesn't say anything about one or the other being absent. It gives the impression if both are present, they can decide between them who has that casting vote. So perhaps you want to see the chairperson or deputy chairperson if chairing the meeting. Yeah. Chairing the meeting. Yeah. No, it's not clear. It says, right, suppose they're both present, who has the right? It doesn't say that. No, but that's not what it says. It says, with both are present, they shall have a casting vote. So who decides which one have the casting vote? No, but that's not how law works. It's absolutely. Sorry.
Bring it in. Bring it down. Bring it down. The mic. Bring it down to your mouth. Bring it down to your mouth. Yes, yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So 8.8 should read the chairperson or deputy chairperson, if chairing the meeting, has an original vote, and in cases of equal division, the chairperson or deputy chairperson has the casting vote.
Yeah, but they say if the chairperson is not present, the deputy chairman presides. Right. So it's already saying 5. 5B. If at the meeting of the committee, the chairperson presides. If the chairperson is not present, the deputy chairperson presides. Yes, so
You don't leave things so open to presuppose. It's ambiguous. It's not clear. When convenient was one thought to be straightforward, eh? Took 5 years to agree on that. Where do you see that? But if they are both present, what happens? No. Yes, but go on to 8. It says if both are present, who has the casting vote? It doesn't say the chairperson has the casting vote. It doesn't say that. Minister, what is the suggestion now?
Mr. Chair, I realize that you seem to have a problem with it as it stands, with the wording, but the chairperson would have authority over the deputy chair if both of them are at the meeting. Isn't that automatic?
It does. He does have the authority, but it says
because it says
either can have. Suppose the chairman says to the deputy chairman, "You have the casting vote."
Because it does not say chairperson and deputy chairperson. It said chairperson or deputy chairperson.
Has an original and a casting vote in the equality. Suppose there is an equality of votes, and the chairman says to the deputy chair, "You exercise that right, not me," because they both have that right there. You're assuming that one or the other will be there. What happens if both are there? Yes, but it doesn't say it is he who has the casting vote. It says both have the casting vote. Exactly. That's when you put that in, then you change everything. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it should read then the chairperson or deputy chairperson, whoever chairs the meeting, has an original vote, and in cases of equal division, the chairperson or deputy chairperson has the casting vote.
So why not change the second chairperson or deputy person, that person?
Okay. That person. That person. Yes, that
okay,
person.
so instead of that
person.
Where do that person go?
Well, it has that person.
Or equal division, the chairperson. So just see instead of the chairperson, see that person.
That person, yeah. We take out the chairperson. That person has the casting vote.
Remember the admonition of the member of Beaufort South. The language must be such clear, pellucid, and unambiguous.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
It should read then the chairperson or deputy chairperson, whoever chairs the meeting, has an original vote, and in cases of equal division, that person has the casting vote.
Yes. Okay. Clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Insertion of new section 8A to 8F.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Amendment of heading for Part 4.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Amendment of Section 9.
Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Clause 12.
Amendment of Section 11.
Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 13.
Amendment of Section 12.
Clause 13 stands part of the bill. Clause 14.
Amendment of Section 13.
Clause 14 stands part of the bill. Clause 15.
Amendment of Section 14.
Clause 15 stands part of the bill. Clause 16.
Amendment of Section 15.
Clause 16 stands part of the bill. Clause 17.
Amendment of Section 16.
Clause 17 stands part of the bill. Clause 18.
Amendment of Section 17.
Clause 18 stands part of the bill. Clause 19.
Amendment of Section 18.
Clause 19 stands part of the bill. Clause 20.
Amendment of Section 20.
Clause 20 stands part of the bill. Clause 21.
Amendment of Schedule 4.
Clause 21 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Agriculture and Fisheries Incentive Amendment Bill went through committee stage with amendments. Honourable Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and the Agriculture and Fisheries Incentive Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Agriculture and Fisheries Incentives Amendment Act 2022.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House Stands adjourned, sine die.
Members, before I put the question, let me thank all members. It's been a long day. It's been an historic day. I want to thank members for their participation, their attention. I want to thank especially the members of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force for their duties today. For them, it's been an even longer day. They were here before us. They were here before us, and they're going to leave long after us, especially in these trying times for them. It couldn't have been easy for them. I'm sure most of you, like me, noticed the emotion of the Deputy Speaker when he began. I actually didn't think he was going to make it through when he began his contribution to the Tourism Development Bill. So I can only imagine how difficult it was for our police officers. Let me thank the staff of the Parliament Office, who at very short notice adhered to the wishes of the leader of government business. So thank you very much for all. Having said that, members, the question is that the House do stand adjourned, sine die. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
All right. That the adjournment of today's sitting of the House of Assembly today, Tuesday, March 8, 2022, following a motion by the member for Castries South, the Honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire, bringing an end to today's proceedings of the House. To give you a quick recap, just in case you might not have been able to take in any of our coverage today from the National Television Network on today's sitting, we'll start with the statements made by ministers, and a quick synopsis would show you that the Honorable Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre, Minister for Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy, his statement basically related to the shooting death of Constable Nathan Timet, and also expressed his condolences to his family and also to the injured Officer King, who was also involved in that unfortunate incident. We also had the Minister for Youth Development and Sports, the Honorable Kenson Katz, made member for Grosley on the occasion of International Women's Day, recognizing a number of all female athletes. Special mention made of Julian Alfred and also to the island's OCS national ball team following their recent exploits in sub-regional competition. The member for Soufrière, the Honorable Emma Hippolyte, Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperative and Consumer Affairs, spoke on the parliamentary caucus. And then we had the member for Castries North, the Honorable Stevenson King, the Senior Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development and Urban Renewal, addressing the reasons for the revocation of the Queen's Change lease land to Cabot, and stating that was to ensure protection of Amerindian sites and the unimpeded access to Donkey Beach, Secret Beach and Katsaba Beach. Also reported that Cabot was to establish a public beach park at Kazaba with amenities, and stating that all investors should have that compunction to respect, preserve and protect the patrimony of St. Lucia. A number of papers were also laid today. We had papers being laid by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy, Philip J. Pierre, member for Castries East, and also by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information, Ernest Hilaire, member for Castries South, and Sir Hilaire also presented on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs, the Honorable Moses Baptiste, member for Beaufort North, who was out of the chamber at the time. And we also had some papers laid by the Honorable Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Corporates and Consumer Affairs, Emma Hippolyte, member for Soufrière Francais Jacques. A report from the committee by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy, and that was report of the Standing Finance Committee on the supplementary estimates of expenditure in the sum of $9,870,400 for the financial year 2021-2022, and that was in relation to Hurricane Elsa and to finance the response package. The motion formally resolving that the Honorable House of Assembly adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the supplementary estimates of expenditure in the financial year 2021-2022 in the sum of $9,870,400 as a charge against the consolidated fund and other funds of the state of St. Lucia. Then the House went into a number of bills, and they skipped the order a bit that was related on the order paper. And first of all, dealt with the domestic violence, and that was brought by the Honorable Minister for the Public Service, Home Affairs, Labor and Gender Affairs, Virginia Albert Poyot, and that in itself brought about a long anticipated debate, and certainly the bill became enacted. We also had between the other sides of the break for lunch, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement Amendment, Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill also presented, and the final bill presented on the evening by the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development, Alfred Prosper, member for Denry South, on the Agriculture and Fisheries Incentives Amendment. And of significance was the contribution for the member from Beaufort South, Dr. Kennedy Anthony, actually admitting that the incentives could be beyond the reach of members of his constituency, Beaufort South, among others, and of course raised some concern about the physical state of the fish port down at Beaufort. The ministers sought leave of the House to enable these bills to go through all the stages at the sitting, and with 48-2 being suspended, that was achieved. So we've come to the end of today's sitting of the House of Assembly. For today, Tuesday, March 8th, 2022, very significant day, one in which a very long outstanding bill came before the Parliament on International Women's Day, and that was the Domestic Violence Act that takes in all genders, male, female, and all St. Lucians in general. On behalf of the entire team here from the National Television Network, I'm Ryan O'Brien saying goodbye and good night.